I am live. Okay. Hello, guys. Whoever might be there. I am going to do nothing in particular, but I know that people like the makeup video, so I'll start because I look like absolute scary stuff. I'm going to keep this G-rated. So while I'm waiting for one or two people to arrive, I usually get at least two. I'll try to look presentable. Uh, 0 viewers. But I know when people are scrolling through and boop, and they find a makeup video, I know that I usually stop for at least a few seconds. And then you start listening to what she's talking about, and it may or may not be interesting. Usually you're there for the makeup. Yeah, and the chit chat. But I like those channels. I've been watching a lot of those kind of channels. Hello, Tatiana. Hello, Jasmine. I've been watching channels where it's just women hanging out. Just like, I think I told you guys about this Dopax Pana is the name of her channel. She's a braider. And she doesn't do as many now. I haven't been back in a while too, but she has 2 kids now. She was single. I mean, at the time she had a boyfriend, but she, live-in boyfriend, but she didn't have any kids. So then they you can tell once they start having kids, the girls that I follow on YouTube, when they're young, they're still single or they don't have kids. Here comes my father is singing. So I might have to mute. Um and then when they get married and you're like happy for then she has a baby. Daddy, 1 second. 1 second. Okay, I'll be right back. You can watch my little dog. I just have to move the car so my father can get his car out. Okay, so I guess you didn't see her because she wiggled all the way up here. Did you entertain our guests while Mommy was gone, or did you just wiggle around and do nothing? Oh, I need another sidekick for my show. Oh, 0 people. You bored them. It's your fault. I have 0 viewers. Oh, well. She'll be fired. She'll be fired. Oh, darn. All right. So, I don't know. Should I stop and come back? Y'all left 6 minutes. I've been gone. I'm so sorry. Well. Ugh, my father. All right. Well, you know what? I'm going to start it over to draw you all back. I'm going to end the stream. Oh, somebody came back in? Okay, good. I was getting ready to end the stream because 0 people. But maybe they'll come back. Yes, my doll. It's my baby girl. So, I'm not on the camera. Hang on. All right, so my plans, whoever's there, if it's someone new or if it's one of the 2 that were here earlier. I forget what I was talking about, of course. I hate when I get interrupted because I forget what I was talking about. All right. Anyway, so my plan today, all right, I worked, my contract ended yesterday for that particular assignment. I've decided to, take a couple of weeks to think about what I'm going to do, or at least this week. I may decide by the end of this week, well, why don't I just start temping? But I do have to make a trip to Argentina. Some of you knew that. So now I got to plan out some things, and I have so much on my mind. And part of the reason I like Excel is because it helps you organize that it puts things into cubby holes, and it's like, oh, okay, it's not as complicated as I thought. But when I have more than just a couple of things to think about, some people can handle that. I'm a person that has more than 2 or 3 things in my head. I start to go, if you wait tables, you can kind of understand that feeling. If you're good at waiting tables, you're good at, or you become good at, if you keep practicing, you can also get good at it. Balancing a few different things. You got this order, you got to take that check, you got to take this to that table, but the rest of us should use Excel. Those of us who can't. And I was a waitress for like 2 weeks, and I was good. With 2 tables, I could handle it. I can handle like 2 things to do at the same time. But when you throw that 3rd table in there, and then, of course, when the customers would get angry because I wasn't as quick as the other waitresses because I was getting more confused or whatever, and then I would get worse. So the service would get worse because I would get nervous. So, oh, God, it was horrible. And then I ended up getting asked to leave politely. So that was my 2-week stint as a waitress. Anyway, so Excel, okay, you can't use Excel as a waitress. There you have to just be able to balance. And even though you still, and what's really hard, I don't know how they do it, are the people that go to the table. There's like 5 5 diners. She's got he or she has her hands behind her back. I mean, maybe they're using electronic something, but you can't tell that they're taking notes about it. Maybe they're recording it. I don't know. But those restaurants, you tip, especially if they get the order right, of course. But that's the thing, and they often will get the order right, So they'll take the 5 orders of the 5 different people, the drinks. They're not writing anything down. They don't appear to be, and they just do the order. They do it, and they do it well. Those are very experienced waiters and waitresses. But yeah, they learn memory tricks to, there are techniques you can do for your memory, like, oh, he ordered that. You link it to another, like a reminder. And I did it back in high school once. We had a nun that taught a class on that. She was one of our teachers, but she didn't teach it in school. It was outside of school, after school activity. And it was memory techniques. That was cool. That was a cool class. Memory techniques and like brain calming techniques and all this stuff. She was a nun, but she was like a rebel nun. She would wear, she was in the ski club. She was young. She's probably in her late 20s, early 30s at most, when we were teenagers. So she was this young, cute, short hair. She didn't wear the habit. They call it habit. Like it's like a hijab, but for Christians. Some nuns in the Catholic religion still wear the habit, which is again like a hijab, by choice, but they're not required to in the Catholic religion. But usually the older nuns will, and especially when I was young, the older nuns all wore the habit, and the younger priests and brothers, and the younger nuns didn't, or they would just wear modest clothing. But this nun would wear, to school she would dress okay, appropriately as a teacher. But then we would go to ski club. She'd be in her sweatshirt and her jeans and whatever. Not super sexy or anything, but regular jeans. And and one of her sweatshirts one time had the Playboy bunny symbol on it. And of course, Catholic school. Oh, Sister Janet, she's wearing a Playboy sweatshirt. Oh my gosh. It was like the thing. It was shortly after Carter, because Carter was in office 79, and his wife they were very religious, the Carters, Democrats. Um, and they had brought about kind of a good thing. I think she did a good thing, Rosalind Carter. She went and talked to some people in the porn industry. We're against porn, of course, Christians. But she kind of had a very modern approach. She said, okay, well, let's make the porn industry healthy. If we're not going to get rid of it, let's make it healthy. She had a very, very, that's progressive. That's progressive, not what you're seeing today. A Christian woman going and saying, okay, we need better conditions for sex workers. That is a Christian thing to do. And it doesn't mean that we agree with sex work. We're still going to try to get the girls to stop. But at least until, for me, that's a Christian perspective, for example. Yes, we're still judging. You should not be prostituting yourself. But we are going to try to, give you other options, make it safer for you until you're able to take the other options. And one of the arguments in favor of OnlyFans, which I'm on the fence about OnlyFans, for obvious reasons. On the one hand, if you were on the streets doing things on the streets where you're in physical contact with people, I'd rather the ladies be on OnlyFans. I mean, at least they're safe physically. Sure, you could get a stalker that finds out where you live or whatever, but it's much safer, obviously, on OnlyFans. It's not safer for your reputation. It's harder to hide because somebody's going to recognize you, especially if you're successful. But, you have to know that, well, that could happen. I still am not suggesting anybody do that if anyone's listening to this, but I'm not going to judge. I'm just a sinner. Let's take the Christian perspective. Maybe I'm doing a sermon. I would encourage you not to do that if you have other options. But that's why I say, okay, I could teach Excel. I could do things to, maybe somebody's kind of lost and searching, like I've been in the past, and I kind of stumbled upon someone who says something that, oh, what's this website about? And then I went to that website. You find things on the internet by being curious and maybe looking places where you didn't expect to look. Some would say, oh, that's playing with fire. You could get drawn in by some cult or by the devil. Or I think at a certain age, you're learning about the dangers out there. It depends on who's doing the internet surfing. I mean, there are things that I just can't bear to watch or see, and I don't, like now, lately it's on TikTok. Because I've been on TikTok more since Instagram blocked me. I've just been hanging out on TikTok a lot, arguing. I like to argue. I like to debate, but I go as low as anyone goes with me. You go low, I go lower. That's the way I debate. But then I bring you back up to the point. And that's the way some people learn. So I'm out there for people who learn that way. Some people learn by arguing. And then when you got them and they have nothing to respond, then for the next argument that they'll look up, what should I have said? Sort of like, bummer, I should have said, but you didn't have a quick enough response. So you end up learning that way because now you want to prepare for the next battle, of debate. And you're ready, and then that person wants to one up you next time. So he's got to get more facts because that's the thing. The The debate has to be based on facts, and you have to, you know. Now, here's one thing that I find people are doing now. It's like, oh, post a link. Post a link. Oh, where's the proof? Post link. You tell them, look, you can go to. As a matter of fact, posting a link is not what they should want you to do, because obviously you're going to post a link that's proving your, and it might be a biased link. So if anything, you post the information and you start the argument, and then say, no, please Google on your own or look at the other opinions. That's a debate, not, oh, give me the proof. Sure, you will have to at some point back it up with the proof if it gets to that escalation level. But don't start posting with the proof, because they just want to wear you out. And your facts are right. If you need to prove them, when the argument gets to the point where you can no longer escalate the intelligence no more, you might say, okay, I'll educate you. But I'm not going to be there. I told a person the other day, I'm not a first grade school teacher. Do your own research. What I'm posting is because my opinion was formed by the research I've done. I'm just angry. I gotta stay off politics. So I gotta put some makeup on. That was my number one thing. Let's start out the day. Even though I like being on this contract work, I every time a contract ends, I'm lost for a little while, like a couple of weeks. I'm like, oh, should I now batten it down the hatches and do that business that I always said I was going to do, and and then I end up temping again because, I know why I do it. It's a psychological, a few things. There's a few reasons, but fear of failure. I'm a billionaire success. As long as I don't act upon any of my business ideas, I could have been a billionaire. I just never did my business idea. It's very comfortable, to sort of, it kind of boosts my level. I was analyzing it the other day. Why do I do that? I've got all these great ideas that if I just stuck with one of them, and I said, yeah, it's fear of failure is part of it, but laziness too, maybe, or not really needing it desperately. Because obviously, if I were starving on the street and maybe had to sell my body, thank goodness never had to do that. But let's assume I was in that horrible situation that some women unfortunately find themselves in. I might say, well, gosh, I'd rather, do anything but that. So I'll, do this professional, I'm very believe it or not, in the office. When it's my job, oh my gosh, people organized I am. They're like, what? You color coordinated all the folders and they're just, or, because when I run out of work, I'll start organizing. No, I'm amazing. I could be a professional organizer for offices and for other people's home offices. I'm good at offices. I wouldn't necessarily say I'm good at house organizing, like house stuff. But yeah, because I'm a mess in the house. Now, if I would, there was a period of time where I was more organized, and I had my cleaning lady come every week, and I would stay on top of the clutter because I knew she was coming. She came every 2 weeks. Anyway. That was eons ago, decades ago. I can't believe you guys. The years fly by. It feels like I just graduated college and I'm going to be 60. I'm 58 this year. I'm rounding up to 60 now. And like my inside feels younger. So I now understand why when I was young, I would see older people and I would sometimes be like, she thinks she's acting like she's, she's trying to act like she's 20 years younger or whatever. But now I understand, because sometimes I catch myself acting younger than you'd think someone my age would be acting. And then I realized, oh my gosh, I didn't really accept yet that I was that age. You don't realize you look silly. An older person can't get away with silly things that a younger person. I don't know. A drunk young college student is cute. A drunk old lady with some teeth missing is not so cute, especially when she gets mean. Because I'm a mean drunk. I start to argue with people. And I haven't done it in a while, but part of the reason is I don't want to do it again. I think the last time, when was the last time? A few years ago. I don't remember. It's probably before I moved to Maryland, but. Mhm. Um. All right, so let me get some. I'll put some because my eyes look so teeny weeny. I'm gonna put a little bit of I have gum, but I can't snap. I'm trying. Maybe I'll put 2 pieces in. Who's there? Desmond and Tatiana still? And then I'm gonna start on my planning. I'm gonna open the Excel sheet. I gotta put a new link because I have a new Excel sheet. I'm not using that old link anymore, so I'll have to. I have a new sheet on a on the drive that's cleaner. I got a new email address. Good thing with the camera, you can put the makeup on and just look in the camera. See, I'm trying to snap. I can't. Let me see if I can put another piece of gum in and see if it snapped with 2 pieces better. Because I'm what little I have left in capacity to snap gum. It's on that side, but that Trump trial's going on. I like watching live trials, but the Trump one's so boring. I like murder trial. And my mother's up. They have the TV on really loud, so maybe you can hear. Because my father's deaf, and my mother is hard of hearing lately, I think. Because she started putting the TV on really high. I hear her walking around. My father went to the supermarket. Uh-huh. She might stumble into the scene. Okay. So I'm going to share the screen. One of my ideas also, those of you who are coming over here from the ASMR channel, I know I never go over there anymore because I don't want to disappoint people. I was thinking I could prepare the Excel classes. I want to keep doing the Excel classes. Daddy, he went to the supermarket, Mommy. Yeah, he's going to get some food for dinner. Yeah, she forgets. She worries when he's not here. She worries. We can't really leave her alone. I mean, we don't want to. Maybe we could, but okay. I'm distracted by the news. That's another issue. The woo woo, and they switch it so you see all the headlines. You get. Let's share the screen. Present, share screen, and I want to share. You following me around when I jump from screen to screen. An entire screen. Now let's do that. Does that work? Also share system audio. All right, what's that? Every time I come on here, something new. There's window where I share the window. And it says share entire screen. Oh, I guess I could keep the audio off. That's probably to prevent an echo or something. Well, I'm gonna say also share system. I'm not gonna. Oh, I can't. Without that, I can't. Oh, I gotta click here. It says also share system audio. I'm not sure on or off what difference it makes. So I'm gonna just say I'm gonna leave it off. Probably if I listen to a video, you guys can't hear it. I'm guessing maybe to prevent echo or something. All right, so I'm sharing that. Okay, now I want to go to Sheets. Got google.com. Oh, and I have to go to my other account. This is my monthly bills. Yeah, Excel for Beginners workbook. Oh, here we go. Yeah, but I have to. It's this one, Fabiana Dardati. The link I've given to you guys is this one. Oh yeah, I got a list for everything. I'm a list freak. Okay. So I'm going to click. This is the one we're going to be using from now on, the one that's in the Fabiana Dardati, not the one that's in the Petit Pois. So I'll share that link, but do I have editing rights? Oh, I only have you only here, but if I switch, let me see if I can switch to my other account, because this one is my original Gmail account when I was like 30. I don't know, whenever I opened it. And it's full of, it's this one, Fabiana Dardati. That's my name. Okay, now so this is the sheet that we're using now. The sheet, I still have to go back to Twitchers, if any of you are watching. I mean, you could still use that link, but it's the old sheet. Really, you need to be using this sheet because I've updated it since then. You can have viewer, copy link. I'll put that in the chat. So here's what we're using. One viewer. Oh, well. There. Okay, I'm going to start my business plan. I'll start it here on this sheet, but of course, when things start to get private, I won't continue on this sheet. So let me see here. This one. I'm done here. All right, so I gave you the link there, right? Okay. All right, and now I'm going to say, so we're going to make it, we're going to like jump to 11, lesson 12, under construction. I will, it's probably a spammer, mommy. Oh, she's making me get the phone. It's just a spammer. I'm checking, but I'm sure it's a spam. All right. I didn't put my mascara on, did I? Oh. Okay, are you going to be a good girl? She's a good girl, except when she's a bad girl. My mother's having an issue. One second. Mom, you don't need a passport. What are you talking about? But there's no reason to have a passport. There's no message. There's no message. Bueno, pero no han dejado mensajes. No abrió la luz. No dejaron mensajes. Hay que ponerlas. Sí, hay. Sí, papá ya viene. Yeah, she's oh gosh. I have a dog that hates me. I get distracted. Let me put my mascara on. So I was going to decide. So we have, I was going to do some legal. I'm kind of trying to make the people who follow me, give them sort of the introduction as a secretary in different fields, because a legal secretary knows different things than a real estate secretary or a what do you call them? An accounting secretary, accounting clerk. Sometimes she'll be working more with numbers, but she's still a secretary that's maybe gotten a few extra skills in math, in bookkeeping, accounts payable. It's not that hard, but you have to know basic math and like it. You have to like basic math, doing it. I find it's entertaining. It's like doing puzzles all day, and the numbers have to match and they have to balance out. And if you paid this, then it has to, so that can be very calming to some people. Not everyone loves it, but I do that kind of work. I'm finding, especially with age, less and less I feel like talking to people on the phone and dealing directly. I like writing to people, having an email chain or texting, but the personal speaking with, less and less. I used to be more that I wanted to be the people at work. I wasn't always a people person in my private life, but at work, I liked being in the people realm where the receptionist, oh, yes, sir, come in. Let me take you to the conference room, and, it's an easy job too, but not everybody likes it. It's easy if you love, attending to people and being kind of serving people, your customer service, basically. Um, yes, secretary, you have to enjoy and serve. You're serving. It's an under. Doesn't mean you have to be treated like crap, though. You have to be respected, just like any other employee. But yeah, many times secretary, just the word secretary the connotation is, well, she's just the girl that types up letters, and they don't always give us credit for our intelligence. I'm not saying there aren't dumb secretaries, of course there are, but sometimes we're working at higher levels than what they want to pay us for, and we kind of like, okay, well, we don't have the degree, even though we can actually do some of the same work that someone who went to this, school and got a certificate or whatever. Sometimes the secretary can do it just as well with some study. Of course, maybe she's done it at home or online course, and not all of them can do it. But it's a great stepping stone for people who kind of don't know what to do, and it's a great way for quick money. Kind of get, like, let's say you, Katiana, if you're there, let's say, okay, you're in the movie industry. That's great. You try to get your jobs and your gigs and make it in the movie industry. But maybe there's a month or two where you can't find work, and your next contract, let's say, and it starts in 2 months or something. I'm just throwing out there what could be happening. All right, well, I'll go to my temp agency, and they're used to it. They actually love people that are regular temps because it gives them some quick, in out. She does the job well because she's only there a short time, and they like that's their industry. They're on your side. They want to. So sure, you get with one or two agencies. Don't be agency hopping because they know each other. They start. Here I am giving advice to secretaries. I always end up doing that. See, I need to be focusing and saying it. Maybe gotta edit. I got so much footage that I could just edit it and it would be my. But yeah, the agencies. There's a wave of temp mentality for corporations coming up, but it'll be temp to perm. I feel like a wave of the 80s and 90s coming on. I'm in 90s, Gen X. You don't hear much about Gen Xers because you're hearing about the boomers and the Gen Z and the millennials, and everyone forgot about the Gen Xers, and now we've suddenly started speaking up. I'm not the only one. We're sort of like, what the hell is everybody talking about? And now we were raised in another time era where, like, all this was like, what you guys are fighting about today is like, we did that before the 80s. Like, we had that all resolved in the 80s. It's just, and it's like the new liberals just brought it up like it's the new thing. Like, oh, suddenly we have to be nice to. It's just stupid. You all are dumb. I guess you're going through the phase I went through when I was young. I am insulting. I'm sorry, you guys. No, because if you guys are young, I'm assuming you're liberals. Usually younger people are liberals, and then you wise up a little and you realize things aren't as black and white as y'all are making it. And then you're like, okay, you're more realistic. And then you got some stupid old people that never learn. I don't know what the hell's wrong with them. They're just living in some time warp. And they're the ones that don't know what's right or left anymore. Stop talking about politics. Put in the chat, stop talking about politics. I was not supposed to. I'm going to talk about hello, Ryan. I'm here bad mouthing and insulting everybody like I always do when I'm mad. Those of you who might not come here regularly, when I get angry about politics, I come on here and I start insulting my viewers. I have no idea who's watching. I just thinking they're all liberals that I just had argument with on Facebook, and I'm just yelling at the people that I was just arguing with. I have no idea who I'm yelling at. No, I mean people I've known for years. We're really just like, I can't believe you're the same person I grew up with. Are you serious? What you're saying right now? And they say the same about me. We're both saying it about each other. So there's a disconnect somewhere, obviously. Oh, stop talking. Yes, you're right. You're right. You're right, Ryan. I've talked enough plenty. This is the neutral zone. This is the neutral zone. Neutral, neutral. All right. Oh, let's get to the sheet then. All right. So, how does my mascara look? Oh, I haven't been using makeup much at all, but definitely I need to have at least some mascara. Otherwise, my eyes look very tiny. The mascara kind of helps open. And I'm going to get some nude colored, Brian, since you're here. I've been watching some videos. I saw the ladies, older ladies even, saying that sort of what I had said, older women, we kind of start to need getting away from the black around the eyes and the black eyeliner. And a lady came on and said that. It was an advertisement for some makeup. And yeah, she put on this kind of nude color eyeliner. And it looked so good. It looked really good on her. And she was younger than I am, but you could tell she wasn't 30. She was probably in her 40s, early 40s. So anyway, I'm going to try that. I'm going to start doing some trick. And I'm going to cut my hair short. I'm going to cut it short. Short, not like a man short, but, short, a feminine short, if that's appropriate to say anymore. But so there. So that's that. I need my glasses now because I can't see up close because I'm wearing my contact lenses. And yeah, I want to start. First, I'm going to do my to-do list. Where are my glasses? Darn it. There's a good pair and a bad pair. Oh, here they are. Okay. So wrong ones. Wait a minute. I had a brown pair. No, these are the blue ones, which are okay, but they're not as good as my other pair. Look, I have a, what do you call that? Magnifying glass too. But no, what works are these bifocals that I bought at CVS. But darn it, don't tell me I freaking forgot them at my job that I just finished. Might be in the car, but yeah, they're not in my purse. So, wait a minute. Nope, they're not in there. Not in there, not in there. Nope, okay. All right, never mind. Another problem I have to deal with. Let's get started. So, to-do list. I'm going to start with something easy. I want to do a business plan is what my goal is, but I'm going to start with a to-do list. So let's start there. So here, I'm not going to do lesson or anything. I'm just going to do a new sheet. Well, I kind of want to, let me see, table of contents. Yeah, these are the, I'm going to hide that. Okay. Edgecomb Appeal. Yeah, this was all stuff I was planning. These are the lessons that I'm planning to do. Some of them are done, but some I'm planning to do. So, fractions. Wait a minute. I was going to do lesson. Yeah, I was going to do decimals in here too. So I got to change that name. Lesson. Decimals. Sorry, this wasn't even what I was going to do, but I always get sidetracked. So that's that lesson. All right, so this lesson is going to be, a business plan. Let's do lesson entry to jumps. Let's see, cases to file, this random stuff I did. I think what I'll do, yeah, business plan under construction. These are all going to be under construction. All right, I'll put a row here. Lesson 13. I don't know. Insert a row, insert one row above. The problem is I don't have my good mouse because I don't have enough of the plugs for my camera and my... Okay, this is going to be lesson... Oh, I'm going to have to change the numbering on that side too. Lesson 13. I'm going to call it lesson 13, business plan. I'll just make it up. Of course, it's not, because I am going to do that, but of course I have to link it now. So I have to create the sheet. This one, lesson 13, lesson 13, business plan, which is, under construction. Under construction. And you know what you could do? You could go on the internet and see. Actually, even Excel might sometimes, let me move it to where it needs to go. See, right now it's here, but I'm going to go. I really want to use my mouse, but then I'll have to unplug the camera. I'm using the pad on the move. Oh no, but I can't go one by one. There's a way to do it quicker. Oh, I can drag it, just hold and drag. Still kind of slow. And if you're using this and you're getting, it gets very tedious because there's a lot of sheets now. You can hide sheets so then you get them out of the way. Hide them once you finish the lesson, you can hide it. I'll show you in a minute. First, I'm going to get this to where it needs to go. Lesson 10, 11, 12, and 13. What happened? What the heck? Look, I did all that for nothing. 7. It's like I have to move it and lay it down or I lose my spot. Warm in here. I may have to put the air conditioning. At night, we lower it, but... all right, yeah, I'm taking too long here. There's probably a quicker way to do it. Yeah. I'm talking to my friends. You're on camera. You need something? Daddy went to the supermarket. Okay. Sometimes she forgets. Mm-hmm. 12. Okay. 13. All right, but to-do list. Yeah, I'm going to start with the to-do list. It's really the business. Well, let me just do a to-do list. I think it's going to be an unofficial to-do list. I could just open a new. You know what? I'm going to open a new. Well, I already opened this. Okay, let me go here. Copy to a new spreadsheet. I'm going to open it. Okay, this is not right. All right, you know what? Let me delete this sheet. I'm just going to, what's happening now here? Delete. I'm just going to open a new. So that's the business plan. I wonder if, just out of curiosity, they might have spreadsheets. They sometimes have templates. An apps script. What's that? Yeah, I just fiddle. Oh, says it can't reach the page. Bad request. Okay, I don't know what that means. I thought, let me see, help, business plan, sheets to help. Business plan template, something like that. Business plan template. Yeah, no, I might have to create one. Well, there's that, but here's another thing I can consider doing. Let me go to another one. Say, business plan template. Start with our template life plan, sample business plan. You know, you can buy some, or you could find a free one. Free business plan template, print down, save loan, avoid errors. All right, well, let's just fiddle with it. I mean, this is some kind of law firm. These are going to be general forms. Okay, key fact. Oh, create a document. Forms law, this is called. It's something I just randomly found. Explains the goals of a business and lays out plans to meet its goals. Great for new and established businesses. Great for communicating with investors and shareholders. Used to address business. My father's back. Challenges, competition, and uncertainties. I was going to do the to-do list, but now I got excited about this. They're going to want to charge at some point. You know, oh, it's free until it's not, you know, but look at this. Oh my God. There, can you see that? Name and address of your business. You know, I don't want to, I mean, this looks wonderful, but at the end, formswift.com. Let me look. I'm sure it's good, but, and it's going to ask all the relevant. Let me just see. Create documents, fill out templates, get documents for legal tax. Oh, I got to do my taxes, but I'm getting money back this year, so I haven't done them. But silly me, I'm not going to get in trouble for it because they owe me money. But they owe me money, so what am I sitting around not doing it? Because I got fired, so I ended up earning a lot less than they had estimated I would be earning, and they were taking out my taxes. Fill out templates, get document, edit PDFs online, add. I'm just wondering where the catch is. There's got to be something. Well, obviously, if it's free, they're going to want your email address, and they're going to start spamming you. That kind of is understood. Oh, look at all this. Guardianship forms, bill of sale. This is all like stuff that's for other stuff. Real estate, legal forms. Oh, yeah, I know all about that. Legal, real estate. Tax form. All right. Well, I mean, they're going to charge for, you know what? It's going to be free, but to download, they're going to charge something. I know I'm going to fill out all those forms, and then they're going to be like, okay, well, if you want it, you have to, but okay. Browse templates. I'm just searching right now. So download a Word file, download PDF. Yeah, but this is actually, oh yeah, these are the actual forms. Okay, I learned about what some of these are because of the what do you call it? Cohabitation agreement. See, who will retain the asset? Well, that's like the what was once I believe they used that as the argument that we don't need gay marriage because they could just use this cohabitation agreement. That was one of the arguments against gay marriage when I was young. I don't know if it's still, but anyway, they now have gay marriage. But consignment agreement. Oh, wow, look at all the things. See, these are all different businesses. If you get into construction industry is quite good. You earn well. A plumber, electrician, woodworking, you know, any construction work, you earn okay. Construction and house repair, home repair stuff. Flooring, foundational, air conditioning, just everything. Corporate vital. Anyway, let me go back to that business plan. Let me check the chat too, because some of you may be here. Where's the business plan template? I gotta go back to that. Business plan. Is that the one? Wait, that's not the one I clicked though, right? This is the one I clicked. Yeah, I lost it already. Form Swift. It was Form Stripped. Okay. Oh, hello. Good afternoon. Hi, YP. How are you? All right. So let me just do like a sample business. I do have an idea for a business. I want to do a nonprofit foundation. All right. So business plan template. Let's see. So it's going to be Florida. Get started. Create a document. Key facts. Explains the goal of the business, blah, 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 blah. Of course, here, if I'm filling it out, I'm going to be entering my private information, because you can see which you could look up if you have my name. So, you know what, though, but you could still stalk me if you want to, anyone out here who's interested in stalking me. But I mean, I'm just going to take this off of, no reason to make it easier. So let me take it off of the share screen while I'm putting that stuff in. But I'll tell you what I'm doing. How do I remove it? I remove that, and you can see my yucky face. Oh, I could put some. I could put another screen on that's something nice. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to pick, but all right. I'm going to fill in the business name. Okay, I don't even know. Number one, business plan. What's your business name? I know the type of business. Maybe we could think of a name. I'd like to eventually be able to build, but that's a lot. But if I could even find a way to get a loan, because once you open a nonprofit, or I'm not sure about a foundation, how that works, and I could buy like one of those, either one of those trailers or an RV or something which is movable at first, even a food truck, but something that people can be inside, in small numbers. Or I could put little tables outside, and I could teach, or people like to come who need help getting a resume together, who want to learn some skills to start doing, I'm always gearing towards temp work to start, but like to help people who are kind of like, they don't know what to do. They need to earn money, but they don't quite have the full skills, and they don't have the confidence, because a lot of it is confidence in an interview, believe it or not. And that's always messed me up, the confidence in the interview, because I was never confident. I'm confident now, but now I come off, I'm guessing I probably come off as cocky, because I think I'm such an excellent secretary. Maybe I'm delusional, but I've been a secretary for 40 years. I started in 1991, 92. How many years is that? 92. 2002, 2012, 2022, 23, 24. Oh, okay. Well, 30 some years. Really? It's only been 30? No. Really? Not 40? I'm not great at math. But anyway, it's a lot. And I've temped most of the time. I've never been in a job longer than a few years, 2, 3 years. So I've been in I'd say at least 100 corporations, maybe more. I don't even know how many, because I'll be temping 2 weeks here, 2 weeks there, 3 months there, sometimes 6 months here. So I've lost count, but at least 100. It's starting over 30 years. I'm temped the entire time, and I was married for 10, where I didn't really work. So, granted, but I still did things and kept up my skills. I did other things and improved on certain skills too, because I did other jobs. Anyway, so what? Oh, so the kind of business I want to do is, teaching, Excel, geared towards people who want to maybe start as a receptionist and work the way up the ladder, which you end at a secretarial level of education. Let's say you could easily reach bookkeeper, after 5 years. I mean, if you're in the same job. And a bookkeeper is just a secretary that is very good with math, very good at math, and cuts the check, and very detail oriented, which all secretaries have to be. So, all right. Anyway, so I want to start kind of a school, but it doesn't have to necessarily be for secretaries, because if someone comes in and says, "Well, I'm not really interested in secretary," I'm still going to be kind of encouraging them to learn everything using Excel. Whatever business you want, there's an Excel sheet that you're going to be using in that business. So you're still going to be needing Excel. I was even thinking the other day, it's so tragic how I think, but I was thinking about the young lady from the Rust set, the armorer, who, because she was not really doing what she was supposed to. She has a large a large responsibility. I still don't believe she's 100% responsible. That's my personal opinion. But, a woman died because of her. What she, I was even thinking if she would have had, because one of her jobs was keeping track of the props. She was even losing the guns, I heard. I don't know what's true and what wasn't, but I think she was even losing track of the gun. She was losing track of the props and stuff. A simple Excel sheet would have resolved that. Okay, this morning, this went out, this went out, this went out. Okay, what came back at the end of the day? This is okay. The whatever is gone. The blouse that so and so wore is missing. Where is it? And go. That's your job. The props wouldn't be there. They'd come the next day for filming. You have to have the prop ready. I used to work in theater. In high school. I'm not professional or anything, but you learn those basics. The clothing that the artist, the actor has to wear, you have to know where it is for them the next day. Sometimes they will take it home and wash it. It's a high school production, but on movie sets, you have to do it right. I mean, that's a profession. Anyway, so the girl, if she would have even had an Excel sheet, it might have helped. And and how many dummy rounds, and what would have helped is not having live rounds on the set at all. I didn't watch the trial. I'm not sure what reason they're, other than just maybe after. I imagined in my head, and it's just something, after the shooting of the day was over, maybe a couple of the crews, you know how it is. I've been on movie sets as an extra. I've never been on the inside, but uh, I know that after the shoot, they'll go out and hang out sometimes, or in maybe one of the, what was my point? Oh, so maybe she, and apparently they did a little of the drugs, worse than, some pot. And I think there was cocaine, which they kind of gave her a pass on that. They kind of, we know about it, but they kind of like, yeah, she had some cocaine. She was trying to pass on. Well, whatever, because she's in so deep that they probably just thought, they didn't make a big issue of it. But the girl she had cocaine possession, no proof that she was doing it, but I'm going to assume she was probably using it. Maybe hang out with some of the crew, a couple of them doing their drugs and, hey, shoot the gun, shooting at targets, tin cans or whatever. I think it probably all innocent, just irresponsible. That's what I imagined in my head. No, it reminded me, and the reason I thought that, it's all connected because back when I was young in the 90s, Kevin James Thornton, look him up. He grew up in the 90s. He's a gay man who grew up in a super fundamental Christian surroundings and went to the super fundamental church and the school, all his school. He is so hilarious. And he says it with such good-hearted humor. It's not like he's bad-mouthing Christians. It's like, yeah, I grew up and this is what it was like for me as a gay kid. And I did, and he talks about being gay, which oh, here I go on another tangent, but that guy's so funny. Oh my gosh, maybe we'll watch one of his videos if you want to laugh. Because like oftentimes you'll see people talking about the Christian church, and it's like with anger and hatred and judgmental of us, and there's good reasons for it. I say us because I now kind of identify as Christian. I don't know. I'm not really all there, but I understand why. There are good reasons to do so, but you do get kind of tired after a while hearing it, and then you see they're not doing it to other people. Point is, so he makes fun of it. He makes fun of the super fundamental Christian, but he does it as if, because he's also one of them. He's, he doesn't believe the stuff anymore, but at the time he did, and he understands that it's, what it's like to be one. I don't know. So Kevin James Thornton, you know what? Why don't I put him up while I'm filling in the plan? That might be good. And he's on tour now. I think he even wants to go to, he wants to go to UK. So he might be in if you're still there, Ryan. I think you'll enjoy him. Kevin, he might be going to Thornton. Let me see about. Well, he has his own website. Just, so funny. Oh my God. Even if you're not gay, he's funny. He's just so, and non-threatening, I don't know. I think he does more for the relations between different cultures than sometimes some of the harder, But humor does that. That's what comedy is. It brings truths to the surface where people can handle it. It makes it funny, but it's also true. That's where the laughter comes. It's sort of sometimes an uncomfortable laughter, or sometimes it's fun. In his case, it's just funny. Uh-huh. Um, Wait, but let's find a YouTube video of him. YouTube, and then I'm good. I promise I'll start on that business plan. I was good. YouTube, Kevin James Thornton. He's all over. He's on Instagram too. He's around. Kevin James. Oh, I gotta share the screen. Thorn. Not getting anything done that I said I was gonna get done. Here. Am I still muted? Watch me still be muted. That would be like so. Okay, thank God. Okay. Oh, I'm reading here. Afternoon. Long time no see. I really don't get that case. How did the real bullet end up in the weapon? Yeah, I don't know either. That's why I'm saying maybe a couple of the crew members. Let's go out there and shoot some targets and do some coke. I don't know. I don't do coke, but I'm assuming it's like yes, like what used to be with beer. Let's have some beers and go. And maybe let's shoot some targets. It'd be fun. And you know how you start shooting. I don't know. I could see something sort of irresponsible things you do when you're young that oftentimes end up fine and nothing happened. And this time it just unfortunately. Oh, I'm on the phone, Daddy. What? I mean, what does he want? See, I lose my patience. That was wrong of me. I kind of lost my patience with him a little bit. But he was just telling me he's going to go for a walk. But since I was talking, and since he's deaf, we use a little sign language. But I didn't understand. This is going for a walk. He's going to walk around the neighborhood. But we invent our own sign language. Any of you know American Sign Language? We're inventing our own sign language. Over the years, he and I have our own language that we invented. And I did buy the American Sign Language cards, thinking, oh, that'd be cool if we both learned. He can hear if I speak certain ways, and he's not completely deaf, but he's very, very hard of hearing. But now he wasn't interested. I ended up giving him away. So we just make it work. And now my mother's, yeah, yeah, you see, my father's going to go back out because sometimes she just doesn't stop nagging. One second. It's just tiring. So I'm with it's. Uh, I love my parents. You just have to accept. All right. The armor kept live ammo mixed with the dummy rounds. She didn't check. Yeah, why did she keep them mixed? Even why were they on the set, number one. But number two, why were they all mixed? And I didn't watch the trial. I believe that was addressed in the trial, but I don't know. It's just I don't know why you would explain why there would be live rounds in there. Make sure that the box you buy is all dummies. I don't know. And I think a lot of it had to do with Alex Baldwin wanting a low budget film. I'm sorry. I'm part of the blame. Part of the blame is Alex Baldwin being a cheapskate, period. And I know low budget films and all that, you know, and granted, again, the live rounds, why were they on the set? But had there been a larger budget, there would have probably been more qualified people overseeing this armorer who probably could have ended up being an excellent armorer had this not happened. Now her career is ruined. She said it herself. It kind of came across as bad when she said it, but she's like, I just messed up my career. It's sort of, and people are making, I know she feels rotten about it, but of course people are making it worse. Like, oh, she doesn't care. Of course she cares. But how hard it must be to admit to yourself that because of what you did, somebody died. I mean, she's dealing with stuff, and now she's going to jail for about a year, 18 months. So, I guess it's fair. I guess it's fair. Her attitude still was kind of like, look, it was a mistake. I'll be good. Just put me on probation. It's sort of like she still didn't get it, So I think the jail time is probably good. I guess it's fair, but I'm never happy when people go to jail. I'm usually relieved in some cases, like a serial killer like Jeffrey Dahmer or Ted Bundy. Okay, of course, there's a relief. But I don't know. I'm never happy that they got the death penalty. I'm sort of like well, I'm not as upset as I might be for some other person getting the death penalty. But, you know, you want to be better than that. If somebody does those horrible things, you want to be better than that. And people stumble all the time. That's another thing. But and then they'll say, "Oh yeah, but you guys do this, and you're being a hypocrite because you do that," and then you start with that. It's just, but Alec Baldwin should have not been a cheapskate. I think he had enough money, and if he doesn't have enough money because he's got 20 million kids, well, then stop having 20 million kids. I'll say that to Alec Baldwin, like I'll say that to a poor person that's got, living in a shelter or whatever. If you don't have enough money, don't have so many kids. Have one or two. Everyone has a right to have children if they want. If a poor woman feels the desire to have children, of course she has the right. But one or two, and if you don't have the money, and even if you're rich, you got to think it. You got the money, but do you have the time to give all of what they need? I mean, but here I am. Agree, Fabian. Partly, yeah. And so, and I forgive my own thing. I mean, obviously, I'm not related to the lady that died, but I guess in part I forgive her for her youth. And I know what it's like to be that age and think you're smarter than everybody because you're young and cocky and and embarrassingly, I when I see that girl, I see partly myself when I was that age. And thank goodness, nothing like that happened to me, or nothing that I did happen to harm anyone like what she did. But see, adults should be more aware that, and especially today, these young people are maturing at a much later, you know, a mature person, when I graduated college, I personally was not very mature. I'll admit that. But the majority of the people my age they got serious within the first 5 years out of college. You know, first or second year, they might travel, figure out what they want to do, especially if they had a liberal arts education. And then, they just get right into it. And, I was the one who, I want to do this and I want to do that. And, oh, my personal, what do you call it? Fulfillment is more important than money. It's very easy to say that when your parents can still help you, you know. But in real life, and it's not fulfilling now. I'll tell you that. It was fulfilling when I could do it when I was in my 20s. It's not fulfilling now to be almost 60 and not have any kind of, career or anything other than I'm good at being a secretary, but I never did anything with it. So the idea of this foundation that I want to do is not to make money, because the idea is for it to be nonprofit, for it to be running itself, but yes, of course, get a salary out of it. Any grant that you get from the government for your 501c or whatever. I don't know how it works with foundations. I'm not going to, well, I don't really want to pay a lawyer. I'll see. I may eventually, if I see it's feasible, maybe pay a lawyer to help me finish up, but anyway, it's just a business plan. So let's get started. Alec Baldwin, I think he's getting a pass because people loved him so much, and still, I believe, still love him, and the liberals love him because he was so good at doing Trump, the character Trump. So they really love him, So I think he might get a pass. They're still going to shoot the movie, and he apparently settled with the husband of the Helena Hutchins, who the husband is gonna have some. So maybe out of respect to Helena, the husband of Helena is gonna help finish the movie to make sure that it's respectful of her, something like that, and that makes sense. I think that's wonderful because there was love there, obviously, between Alec Baldwin and the person that died and the husband. I mean, obviously, there's anger there too because the man lost his wife in part because of Alec Baldwin. But and Alec Baldwin is scared. He partly, he did that interview, and that interview. They had, it was not an unedited interview. It makes a difference. They put the music in some parts when Stephanopoulos was asking him questions, and yeah, when you hear music, that's making it more sensationalized. It's not a real interview. It's a interview. Oh, it's tragic that this happened here, and then they can make the parts that are incriminating or non-incriminating worse or better with the music. So a news interview has to be, here's the interview, no editing, you know, and that's why sometimes on live interviews, sometimes the people walk out, the interviewee, because they're like, hey, I wasn't expecting the question. But those are the interviews that you believe the answers, and if they can't answer certain questions, oh, okay. Sometimes the reporters are egging you on to make you angry too. There's two sides to that, but no, that Alec Baldwin interview with Stephanopoulos was just pure sensationalism, and Alec Baldwin trying to show that he's good, and I have no fault at all, no fault. He even was preparing his answer to the, well, do you feel you? He knew that they either, I don't know if he was prepared with the questions or he had a basic idea. They do something. But when Stephanopoulos said, do you feel you have any responsibility at all no, his response, Stephanopoulos hadn't even finished the question, and because it was an immediate no, because he had practiced that he's just going to say no, period. I'm not even going to entertain the thought that and yeah, I agree. He's scared. If he even admits a tiny inkling of that he might have done something differently, he's afraid they're going to throw the book at him, or who knows. I understand his fear, but I mean, that immediate no was a little bit harsh. But I guess if he would have hesitated, then people would have said, oh, he hesitated because he knows he's guilty, so he really couldn't have answered it any way that all people would have. But I kind of felt he answered it too quickly, like sort of like he was prepared. Okay, no matter what I do, I'm going to say no. No matter what I'm going to do, no matter what I do, I'm not at fault. He's like psyched himself up. He has a lot to lose. He's got a young wife, young children. How many now? 7, 8. If he goes to jail, he might have other sources of income. Maybe Hilaria will write a book. Oh, what a nutcase. But they're perfect for each other. They're perfect for each other. So who am I to judge? Anyway, but her career definitely as an armorer. The only thing I can think of is if she goes back in 10 years, let's say hi, with a more humble, because now she's not being humble at all, or, she's like, everybody else is wrong and it's not my fault. And, she's kind of almost taking no fault, again, protecting her. Again, I can't imagine what it's like to have to admit to yourself. I hope I never have to. I don't want to. Alec Baldwin wondered about it once. And famous last words that people, didn't hesitate to rub that in. But um but no, I maybe in 10 years, one way, if she humbly comes back and appears sincere, hi, I'm, so and so. We might not even remember her name by then. You know how these things are. I'm the woman who was the armorer on the, and this happened, and that day, and I was young, and I said something, but now I realize how important it is to teach our youth safety, blah, 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 and then of course the liberals will destroy her for that. But, that's how I could see maybe she could get back in the business, respected and respected. But, anyway, um, Oh, so business plan. So, oh, Kevin James Thornton, stick to one topic. Come on, Fabiana. You guys remind me to stick to a topic. And remind me not to talk politics. No, I lose friends talking politics. I don't want to, and I'm not going to change my politics, but I don't want to lose friends, especially not my YouTube. My YouTube is you guys are my first. uh, I almost feel like a mother protecting her children from the real world. I can't do that. Obviously, you guys are out on the internet as much as I am. But I kind of feel like the people who watch me on here, they don't know what's going on in the world. And I'm protecting you from it. um, Kevin James, I want to find his YouTube channel. And he did one the other day. Okay, here he is. I'm just going to put a link to his channel. You just watch his videos. But he'll pop up on my screen every once in a while. I follow him, but I don't always watch his videos. Except then I'll do like a marathon and watch him. But wait, here we go. Here's this one. Responsible for hiring. Yeah, that's the thing. He figured, oh, she's the daughter of a very well-known armorer. She'll probably be pretty good, and she'll charge less because it's her first real gig or second. I think it was only her first or second. So she's probably charging less than someone who's been in the business for however many years. And, she was doing more than one job because, he was trying to fill in slots. So, oh, well, she could be the props manager as well as the armorer, So apparently, the few little bits that I saw of the trial, and I could see that. I was a young and experienced secretary. Again, different career. But when you're young, first of all, you don't know how to say no many times in your first job because you want to show people that you can do it. And this could be the stepping stone to my career and all that. And I used to feel that excitement on my first jobs, and I would be getting paid $8 an hour. My first job, I was so excited. It was $8 an hour. And when he gave me a raise, it was $8.25 an hour. And I could still rent myself a studio apartment around the corner in a decent part of the city. It was in Washington, D.C. It was nice, and maybe those times will come back. That's why I'm saying I feel like we're having a revival of the 80s and 90s, early 90s. Oh, God, for work. Oh, my goodness. Don't get spoiled if those times come back. Because you would be, you just flip off your last boss from your last temp job because they rubbed you the wrong way, and you'd be working another job the next day. It was just, they were so desperate for secretaries. The bosses at that time were old, older generation bosses, so they didn't know how to use computers. My gosh, you could just mouth off to your boss, tell him to shut up. He still wouldn't fire you because he knew, you were gold. You knew word processing. Oh, now I'm not saying I did that. And yeah, if you went too far, you did get kicked out. I'm exaggerating, but some of the stuff, and I was good. I was like the good side. I've always been very proper at work. I might not be that way outside of work, but I go to work. This is my job. I'm getting paid to do this. I do it. I respect the rules of the office, and I get along with everybody. I definitely don't talk politics at work. If somebody has a view that I don't agree with, because other people do talk, I say nothing. We're at work. No, I'm very good about that. It's like I switch. I'm a different. It's like, oh, we're at work. Different. This is my job. This is what I have to do. Anyway. So in that respect, but that said, some people weren't so much that way, and they would, be a little more free with their, no, sometimes they would really, and some would get fired, if they got too out of hand. Like one guy, he was a man. Yeah, he got into a fist fight with one of the ladies in the office. And I wonder, it doesn't matter if he's gay or not. It makes no difference. But I'm wondering, for a man to be fist fighting with a lady, usually men don't do that, but I could see a gay man getting into a kind of a girl fight, because I had a very good gay friend, excellent friend who happened to be gay back in the 80s, early 90s, and we had a fight. And I never saw him again. We had a silly argument that one of those girl arguments that girls fight over something stupid, and yeah, that's it. And then I assume fine. I did accidentally, I don't know how people, maybe he was looking at me or something, but I haven't spoken to like the year 2000 because we got into a fight just before the election, I remember. So it was November. So yeah, I haven't seen him since then. It's 24 years. And yeah, I heard he had moved. We were both in Miami at the time, but he had moved to Chicago. So in his business or whatever he was working, he had an MBA. No, but we were such good friends. But I wasn't my best self all the time, and he had his own insecurities about things, and I don't know. We ended up getting into this sort of like little argument over stupid thing. It was just it was getting so dumb. We were having a lot of those little spats that women have with each other. So I don't know. One day we just had our last fight and never spoke to him again. I think we wrote a nasty email back and forth. I may still have it, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, let sleeping dogs. If I ran into him on the street today, I'd be nice. He might not. I granted, I may have taken it a bit far. It might have been my fault. But anyway, what was my point of all this? Oh, so the guy got into the fight with the lady. Yeah, and I don't think they hired that guy back because I was working in human resources as a temp in the human resources department of a large corporation. So I saw all the temps that got hired and fired, and I had access to all that. I was a temp, and I knew what they were getting paid, and everything was kind of cool. That's how I knew they were taking such a large chunk of the salary, which I already knew anyway. But they don't really tell you because it's a large. It's eight or nine, whatever the minimum wage is. It's usually at least minimum wage chunk out of whatever you're getting paid, out of whatever they're getting, out of whatever they're getting paid for you. They're taking out a chunk, and I've explained that in the past, and I feel it's worth it personally. They do take a large chunk, but the chunk they take out is worth it. I won't repeat the reasons why here, but I have said it in other videos. But here I'm talking about temping, and who's even listening? Okay, safety of weapons. Okay, so let me put on a little James Thornton. Let me hear him. Oh, will you guys be able to hear him? Because let me see. Oh, because I think I have to, delete and start over, stop the screen. There, I'm going to start a new one. Because I think I have to tell it to share the audio. My eyes are crossed. There we go. Kevin James Thornton. I'm just going to share that screen. And while you guys are watching the funny videos, I could be filling in the business plan. Let's see. How not to be gay. I want to hear. He was from the 90s, and so that's a large part of his shtick. It was growing up in the 90s at a fundamental Christian church, in a fundamental Christian environment. But I'd really like to find one that I saw. Yeah, Daryl wore a leather mini skirt at the mall. Yeah, that was a good one. I just want to pick one. Cinnamon Rain. Well, there it is. Yeah, these are his latest ones. Janet and the Cakes. Let me see. Well, they're all funny, but what was the one I saw the other day? And it's particularly funny when he's talking into this voice tuner. But watch me pick the one that's not as funny as all the others. And Billion Pass, Boomers, and Gen Z. Okay, well, he's Gen X. I'm Gen X too. He's a little bit younger than me.
Who are the millennials in the room?
Let's see. Wait, I can't hear it. Can you guys hear it? I can't.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I expected.
Can you guys hear it? Let me know. I can't hear it.
Mating cry of one single.
Well, you can read it, but now you got it. Hang on. I wonder why I couldn't hear it. Hot as heck. Well, that was him when he was younger, I guess. The most popular guy in my school.
How much should good car insurance cost you a month? $80, $120. Nope. Try
Oh,
$38
you guys
a month.
can hear it. Though.
So there's a
Let me
comparison
get my
shopping
phone.
site that finds you lower car insurance rates based on your info. You just put in some information that the site needs to find you lower rates, stuff like, you know, where you live and your driving history. Then boom, you get recommendations directly from the site and can receive your quote. I mean, it literally takes 60 seconds to see what lower rates you qualify for. Try it for yourself and see how much you can save.
What's your credit card debt balance? If it's $10,000 or more, here are 3 easy solutions you can start implementing today. And number 3 is an absolute game changer. Number 1, the first step to tackling your credit card debt is understanding how much debt you actually have and how long it could follow you around for if you're only making minimum payments or have fallen behind. Minimum payments could literally keep you in debt for decades. $10,000 in debt can take anywhere from 14 to 26 years to pay off if you're only paying the minimums. And that's just $10,000. I know many of us have a lot more than that. Number 2, try this popular method to tackle debt. Start with minimum payments to stay current on all your cards. Then take any additional money you can afford and put all of it towards your
Hang on. Let me stop that. I put the air on. Ooh, it's hot. All right, YouTube. Let me go to YouTube. That's Mommy, he went for a walk. He went for a walk. Did you want to? If you get dressed, you can go. Okay, what do you need? ¿Quieres venir acá? Estoy hablando con mis amigos. Pero estás en la cámara, te ven. Papá está paseando.
Sí, porque él me dijo, yo no quería salir acá.
Sí, ok.
Yo no estoy bien emocionada.
Sí, ya sé, pero tampoco querés salir de la casa. Te podría vestir y nos vamos a hacer las uñas y los pies. Oh, she's just depressed all the time. I don't know what to do. All right, so let me go to my channel. She's very needy for my father. They've been married since 1962. I mean, how many years is that? 60, 50, 60. So they're very, you can't help but be attached, I imagine. I wouldn't know, but I imagine you get very just accustomed to the person. You love them, but is it really love at that point? Or is it just, you've formed one unit, you know what I mean? So I don't know. I'm preparing. I don't know. Eventually one of them's going to go, and I'm terrified how the other will be feeling. So but I have to prepare. Hang on. Wait a minute, Mommy. Wait, don't say anything yet.
No.
I was a difficult child. So it's my turn to be patient. Okay, my channel, to find it first. Is this the Ramble? Am I in the Ramble? I could go to Twitch too, but Ramble Scramble. Okay, says live. Contract is over. Back to dreaming. Oh, you can hear me. Okay, you can hear me. But hang on. Scramble. Can you hear that?
smallest debt until it's paid off.
The most popular guy in my school was named Stan. And Stan started to go with Tara. That's how we said it in those days. You go with your girlfriend or boyfriend. Stan and Tara came to school and said they were going to do it. I grew up really religious, so I had to put a stop to this. I went up to Tara and I was like, Tara, you're gonna get herpes. And Tara was like, Stan has herpes? And I was like, oh, Tara, you're so naive. Don't you know that if you have premarital sex, herpes will just form? So Tara called it off right then. And that is the origin story of my 7th grade arch nemesis, Stan. I begged for Stan's forgiveness, and he hesitantly invited me to the popular guy sleepover.
I think I get it now.
Super
I'm not
exclusive.
crazy about
I was lucky to be there.
You guys can hear it. But this, he's better on his little shorts. This one is 4 minutes. Kevin James, come on. Just when I want to do a funny one. Turning the page. That was 9 days ago. He's on tour. All right, I'll start the business. These are the shorts. How not to be gay. Okay, that sounds funny. Let's try that one.
When I first got to college, I had not accepted that I was gay at all. And I heard about this book that taught you how not to be gay called Coming Out of Homosexuality. So I went to the Christian bookstore, and of course they didn't have it. So I had to order it, and I paid for the book and left. In my first year of college, I was living in a big house full of guys that all went to the super fundamentalist college church. And this isn't really part of the story, but for some reason, each of them had a lot of guns. And so our whole house was just filled with fucking guns. And I guess it made them feel safer. But for me, it did the exact opposite. And back in those days, there was this machine in your house that was called an answering machine. You might not know what that is, but you have to remember it was the 90s. And this machine was sort of like voicemail, but it played the messages out loud. And I got home one day after class, and all the guys were standing in the kitchen, I guess talking about Jesus with their guns. And someone pressed play on the answering machine, and the message was, "Hi, Kevin. This is Sandy from the Christian bookstore, and your book, Coming Out of Homosexuality, has arrived, and you can pick that up anytime." And everyone in the kitchen just sort of froze, because we all knew if we made eye contact, we were going to have to talk about it, and no one wanted that. So I did read the book, and I'm still gay.
So, so I don't know how much you heard, but anyway, follow him or watch him. He's really funny. All right, let me go on that book. Hang on, let me close this. Let me start this business plan. Okay, let me close this. Bye. All right, so that's my plan. I want to get maybe at first a temporary structure, which could be, I got to see if I could get a loan, because at this point, a used RV, or a used construction trailer, those that they put on construction sites, anything like that. And then inside it could have a little tea, a little tea, maybe coffee, just like a place where people can go if they want some advice on how to improve their resume. I would offer Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi to the community, and then maybe people who pay a membership if they can, because I imagine it's going to be in Liberty City where the community is not a high resource community. So then it's all in my head. I'm sure the practicality of things are not as simple as all that, but yeah, it's just like a career advice and stuff. I could get people to come in and give talks and other stuff too, not just career. It could be just a general community center, which they exist already, but this would be yet another one. Maybe link it with some. I don't want to make it religious per se. I don't want it to be a religious thing, but like a non-denominational, like I would encourage a non-denominational approach where you can be of any religion and come, as long as we all are, that, I mean, obviously it's a wait and see attitude at that point, but it's really your goal there is to improve your community, improve your prospects in life, whatever, so that you don't have to make certain decisions. Because if, let's say you have a child, let's say you were a young girl, you got pregnant, you were irresponsible, whatever, you ended up having the baby, like we're so pressuring you, oh, don't abort, please have the child. Well, then, at this point, let's help the woman get an education so she can get a secretarial job or a receptionist job to start out and move up the ladder in a corporation. You'll get excellent benefits for you, for your child, and and maybe you are one of the people that wants to get it. There are people on government assistance. That's what it's for. And some of them do want to get off government assistance, but making that leap is difficult. It's not as easy, as all that. Childcare is expensive. I mean, we got to see. I know that there are ways to access. Some corporations will assist with childcare costs. Actually, depends. In the liberal states, as much as I like to knock the liberals, I believe they have really good benefits in the larger corporations, either by law or because of that mentality, which is to give more to the employee. And you can go too far as well, where the employees think they own the place, obviously, but we don't want to treat them like they're, we pay them low wages and don't treat them with their, it has to be a balance. But what was my point? So my business, and out of that, what money I would have to have a way to have some sort of income. I know that I could maybe try to start getting government grants, and that's a long process. It's not, oh, I'm just going to do this and get a grant, and then you have to account for everything, how much of it is going towards your pocket, because of course you take some for yourself, your salary. You're running this thing, you need a salary. But how much are you taking? Generally you're not going to take a large salary. You take what you need barely, and you want all the money to go to. Whereas if it's a private corporation or for profit, sure, you can take whatever salary you want. I mean, if you take too much, your business is going to go under because you have to have money to invest into the business. So I still would suggest, I saw that on Shark Tank, take a low salary, whatever your budget is, your salary should be the lowest thing on there. But anyway, you as the owner, not the salary of your employees, but you as the owner should have the lowest salary on the whole when you're starting out a business, and then you'll make up on the profits at the end of the year, the sales or whatever. Anyway, so what should I name it? Gosh, first question. Now, if I could change the name, because I have an LLC, and that's the other thing. Before I even start here, I want this to be a non-profit foundation. I know nothing. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea how all this works. I have an LLC, but that's for profit. Non-profit foundation. I wonder if I can do it through my LLC. Is it even like, start your nonprofit right. See, I started an LLC. I have an LLC. It's sort of like a sole proprietorship, but a little bit more. There's a few extra rules on there. You know, as long as you don't hire an employee other than yourself, it's basically like a sole proprietorship. What?
Se van por mucho tiempo a Grecia.
Sí, un mes.
Un mes.
Sí, pero yo voy a estar allá con ustedes.
En
Lexi, sí. No te preocupes, está todo bien. Bueno, mamá, estoy hablando con mis amigos, te ven en la cámara. She doesn't want to be on camera. She doesn't realize she's on camera, so I told her she's on the camera. Sí, tendrías, ¿viste? I told her she should have gotten dressed. I told her, let's go, let's get our nails done, let's get our feet done. I can't get her to leave the house. Now she's saying, oh, I should have gotten dressed and gone. Well, yeah, you should have. Well, it's just constant. And she needs to get her nails done. I mean, I cut her toenails a couple weeks ago, but they're grown again, and I'm gonna have to do it again, I guess. But I certainly don't make them look pretty like the place does. They just, and it'd make her happier to see herself. She's a little depressed. You see her pretty nails. You should make her happy, you know. I think I might just kind of pressure her, and we'll go and get it done. So I don't know. You know what? I'm just going to go through this. Let's give it a name. I'm going to name it. If you guys have any ideas. I'm not sharing the screen, am I? No, I'm not. Who's even watching? 3 people. Let's name it. So it's some kind of, I don't want to name it, like a community center, but I don't want to call it a community center. I could do a doing business as. Address. What do I do? Calhoun. Watch me pick some crazy, like some name, and it turns out to be like this horrible person that now, the name is racist. But I've always liked the name Calhoun. The Calhoun Educational Center, something like that. Calhoun Career Advice Center, which is a bit risky because I don't know much, so I don't want to sound like I know much, like I'm a human resource, but I know I can teach secretarial skills, but I don't want to be secretarial school because then people will be like, oh, well, I don't want to be a secretary, and there are so many things. You can learn secretarial skills and they help you with jobs that aren't secretarial. They help you with other jobs. But how do you reason with these young people? They have no idea, some of them. So any ideas for a name? Nobody. B, what exactly would it be? Yeah, it's, helping people. It would be like a nonprofit or a not-for-profit foundation, a private foundation, but non-profit. It's like a different setup. It's basically a nonprofit. Where I teach them, career skills and business. Maybe they want help running an Etsy shop because they don't understand how Etsy works. Some people don't know anything. Those are the people I want to reach. They don't know that you can, with no money, open yourself a little Etsy shop and sew a little something, and with the right marketing techniques, I'm doing it myself, and I'm not even doing it, And it doesn't mean they're going to make money off the Etsy. I would not be pushing the Etsy shops as a moneymaker. I'd be saying, look, this is a little side hustle. You find 1 or 2 products that just sell. That's really the trick. Some people do better, but a lot of the people on Etsy, I noticed, they've got 1 or 2 staple things that they sell. Like with me, it's that sewing pattern. I have 3. I have a knitting pattern and 2 sewing patterns, but I have one of those sewing patterns that it's for a hospital scrub, a do-rag. That thing just sells. It's a digital download, and there are a lot of things. So my point is, every shop, if you look at what they've sold, because you could see what was sold, usually they've sold one product over and over and over, and it's either a digital download or maybe it's one, like let's say they're a knitter and they have a signature, excuse me, they have a signature scarf that has a certain look that only they do, you know, and they've gotten lucky with that one scarf, or, you know, or they only sell scarves. They don't sell hats. And, you know, but you find your thing that sells and then you just repeat. And so I'm not doing any marketing and I'm selling. And imagine if I even put some effort into it. That's why I know so people could come in, maybe learn some secretarial skills or some look. In the meantime, while you're learning Excel and while you're applying to work, you know, hey, let's throw something here on it. Let's open an Etsy shop. It's free. It's basically free. Especially if you open it through my link or the link of another Etsy owner, you get the first 10 listings for free, which, you know, is worth it. And then each listing is like nothing, 5 cents. I mean, there's like no investment. You know, if you're going to sew something, make it out use. So, I mean, it's amazing. These days you can open a business. And like I said, you may not be expecting to make a lot of money straight out the bat while you're learning, but, you know, that's a side hustle and you're learning your Excel and you're getting your temp work and, you know, things start to come together once you've got the, you know, the ball rolling. When you're young, especially, you know, and you put up with more when you're young, which when you're older, like that little studio apartment that I lived in, I would never live like that again. I even had trouble, even the apartment I rented when I was in DC this last time was bigger than that studio I rented the first time. I wanted the smallest, cheapest apartment I could find because every bit of money I earned, I wanted for myself. You know, I didn't want to spend it on rent. So, but I found it a good neighborhood. But it was there were nicer apartments that were bigger, more expensive. So those were super cheap. It was a room and a kitchenette. And it was just, so tiny. But, you know, that's fine. I would go to work, come home, go to sleep, go back to work the next day. I was out on the weekends because I was young and I had friends from college that had also moved to the area. And, you know, you didn't care. You just went home to sleep. And yeah, you had your own little place. Or my other friends, I had trouble living with people. I always had trouble living with people. So, though, they rented a nicer house, a lot nicer than mine. You know, 2-bedroom and 2-bathroom. I had a studio and a kitchen, and I had my privacy in my own place. That was nice. But yeah, definitely, my friends were living better. You know, especially if there were 3 friends, they would rent a house in a nice area. You really didn't, it was really, you could live back then. You still could today, though, renting with the neighborhood, renting with roommates or housemates, you still can. But yeah, not like you could in the 90s. So what am I going to name it? So yeah, that business would be tea. So maybe I'll just call it Calhoun. Well, I like the name Calhoun. Education and see, I don't have, and that's the problem. You're supposed to have a definite idea. That's what a business plan is, and I don't. So right out the bat, I'm going to fail because I don't even know what exactly. I have a rough idea. Maybe this is the trick. Maybe what I'm doing is wrong. I'm sorry. I have a thyroid issue. I probably need to go get that checked. I need to stick to something small. Okay, I am going to rent. I'm going to buy I want a structure there for some reason. But here's the thing. Why do I want the structure? How am I going to maintain the structure with what income? If I have to apply for a grant, I have to know what the heck I'm doing. Oh, I'm just going to do something nice for the neighborhood. Just send me the grant. I don't think that's going to work. So yeah, I have to. So let's start small. I have to have a specific goal. I can always increase. I can always grow. But right now, I need to just get the thing started. Whatever I've already started with the online classes, with the Excel online class. The online is no investment. Why would I need a building? Realistically. Well, to draw in people from the area that I'm interested in helping, if I put a boom there with free Wi-Fi for the community. But okay, great, wonderful idea. Free Wi-Fi for all the neighbors. How do I pay for that? I need an income to offer this service to everyone. And there are parts of Miami that offer public Wi-Fi, as a matter of fact. I didn't know that. I discovered it over by Calle Ocho. They get free Wi-Fi over there, just public Wi-Fi. I didn't know they were doing that. I didn't know they were doing that in the United States even. Do any of you live in a place where there's public Wi-Fi? I think it's very limited. I mean, there's certain sites maybe you can't go to and stuff, but I'd like to something like that. Free Wi-Fi for everyone. Imagine someone struggling. They're just making ends meet. They're renting a room in a house down the street, and they open an Etsy shop because they need a little extra money. And you need internet, but they can't afford it. Maybe where they're, who knows what situation. They could just come to my location, and it could be 3 a.m. if you feel safe at that hour. The Wi-Fi will be on, and they could be sitting there in the street lamp doing whatever they have to do, or maybe have a 24-hour place, but I have to. All right. Free Wi-Fi. Okay, that'll be my goal. Free Wi-Fi, but why am I offering the free Wi-Fi? See, now I'm offering free Wi-Fi to anyone in the community. How much does that cost? Okay, now I know what to put on my business plan. How much is that going to cost? Maybe what I need to do before I even fill in this form is really get an idea in Excel what I'm going to do. Okay, so forget FormSwift for now. I'm going to keep that. Formswift.com. I'm just going to keep that somewhere here. Oh, I'll share my screen now because I'm not going to be entering this stuff. So share screen. I should be snapping my gum while I'm teaching, shouldn't I? I can't get it to snap. Determine who. Okay. Make a word list of what the company. Oh, thank you, Owen Cash. Owen Cash, you run your own. Are you the architect? No, that was someone else. No, Owen. Yeah, no. The architect was here today too. Buffalo Estate. That's you. Owen Cash is. I haven't figured you out yet. But let's see. What exactly be? Make a list of what the company will do. Determine who your ideal client will be. Oh, okay. All right. So, okay. My company. I don't know the name, but we'll just do. Oh, first of all, I want to do FormSwift, so I don't forget that site. Because when I am ready, I'll go back to there. Business plan under construction. Formswift.com. So yeah, I'll put this on the education sheet. So I'm going to, okay, what am I going to do? Okay, free Wi-Fi. I don't know why, but I just want to offer free Wi-Fi to the entire community. But I want to make money off of giving free Wi-Fi somehow. That could be a grant, but I'm sure I'll have to do more than just that. To the community. I want to give, see, I'm hesitant to say career advice because I'm not a human resources specialist and I'm new at this. And, I could, invitation of presenter. I know because there's a ministry I'm working with that does this. So community education event, community education events. So for example, 1 month, she holds them every month at a nearby church. So 1 month, maybe a lady will come or someone will come and give a talk about AIDS, the AIDS problem now that's back in certain communities. So, how to avoid it, even though it seems common sense to some of us. Some people don't realize that AIDS is still out there and it's still, it's treatable now. It's maybe not the death sentence that it used to be, but you still don't want to get it. And you still could die from it, from the complications. So, you want to make sure you don't get it. So, so 1 month, a person that has a special, gives talks about, and a nonprofit group, which they've already gone through the whole 501c process and everything, they get grants. Or another month, maybe, talk about how important it is to learn Excel, or open your Etsy shop this month, for example. So community education events. All right. So for this, I'd like to request grants. That would be ideal. But I'd also like to have another form of income, like sell merch, which, everybody sells merch. It's going to have to be something. Or I thought maybe sell computers, selling, like people who sign. Here was the thing, because I was saying how education needs to be free. But people who, maybe I could get a special deal on laptops, maybe working with for example, with a company, with Lenovo, and say, okay, Lenovo, we have students and they would like to each purchase this particular computer because they need to learn Excel or Word or whatever they're learning, so they can get a deal on the computer that they'll be learning on. If they want to buy a computer, things like that. But that's in the future. Maybe I need to keep it simple. And how do I make money at that? Free Wi-Fi can, of course, trouble liability for the owner. It's not properly secured. Yeah, plus, someone could hack me. Well, I've noticed, though, like at hotels where you go, you have the guest Wi-Fi and then you have the employee Wi-Fi or something. So there's one Wi-Fi that's just for like the pub or the guests. And then there's another Wi-Fi that's just for employees and people that are on the inside. So I'm sure there are different levels of security. Yeah, definitely. Community Spice Works, public Wi-Fi network. Thank you for that information. Can I go to it? I can't click on it. I guess I'll have to copy. It's not. Why am I not? Oh, I know why. I can't click on it on this screen. I'll have to click on it on YouTube, on the actual chat. Yeah, the Wi-Fi, it may end up not being a good idea, but I'll definitely look at that. And then, it's already 2:10 in the afternoon where I am. Yet you have run your own business since 1991. It's always been my dream to run my own business, but I've just never done it because I just never did that. And I don't have the dedication. Let's be honest. You have to be willing to work overnight. You have to be willing to, go above and beyond what an employee even would, because it's your business. It's 9 to 5. I want to go home. So I that's part of it. But I could see maybe this working. And now I'm older. It's a spammer, Mommy. I'm sure it is. Nobody calls landlines anymore. It's a spammer. Mommy, now she answered it. Okay. Oh, I was going to go to, what was I going to do? Oh, click your link. YouTube. I'm trying to snap. Sorry, guys. What kind of business? Oh, and sorry about my throat is a little bit, go to my channel. And we'll go to the link. Where is it? One person watching. Where's the chat? Oh, I don't know. I'll look it up later. But yeah, thank you for that. I for some reason I can't click the link. Oh, I could go to YouTube on here. Because then I could put that link also on the sheet. Let's see. Ramble Scramble. Where am I? Here we are. All right, here we go. And then the chat. Okay, here we go. Got it. There we go. Yay, I finally am able to do it. Okay. So let's see. Public Wi-Fi legal responsibility. Okay, I'm going to share that screen. Oh, hang on. How do I switch? Oh, okay. I want you guys to. Okay, let me do this. Stop sharing. And I'm gonna present, share screen, entire screen. She's not there. She's not there. All right, let me go here. I'll be honest with you. I tried vaping last night. A friend, I met someone after, and it tasted good. It was like a lemon strawberry flavor. It tasted good. Now I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it again because it's like now my throat is all. It gets very tiring to be with someone who's depressed. We're a depressive family. And I've been working, so I've been away from it, And now my father went for a walk. We have to take turns, and it's just tiring. Public Wi-Fi network. Okay, so are you guys seeing this? Yes, you are. Okay. No, I couldn't. Let's see, I did not want to start my own business. And then when there were no jobs in my profession, so I had no choice. I was still. Mommy, we have WhatsApp. We use cell phones now. Yes. I hope that mic is actually working. I mean, that mic mute. Because I've muted the mic before, and then when I went back and listened, yeah. I'm angry with myself, but if I just didn't have the personality, I didn't have it. That's just how it was. I wish I would have had more oomph. And now, as an older person, I think back as a younger person, I would have. Like now, I'm thinking I'm too old. Maybe that's another problem. Maybe I need to say, well, no, now's the time to do it. Now that you think you're going to. But at this point, I don't really care about making money. I want to leave something that's here after I'm gone. Like, many older people start to think about, well, what have I done for the world? And, start up like a little school or center that helps the community to learn a trade, and but there's got to be some structure to it. Those things easily become abused. Yeah, free classes, and then you use, and then they get, and I could see myself offering them a computer, like a laptop and quotas. You can pay $100 a month for and then they'll make one or two payments and not pay anymore. And I could see myself just like, okay, and then I'll have to account for that money. I'll be coming out of pocket. I'll be in the poorhouse. So if I'm going to do, especially a nonprofit, I have to be firm. Nonprofit doesn't mean that you don't pay money. On the contrary, you need to find money even harder because. But yeah, I could sell merch, but not a typical T-shirt that says the name of something. I could see selling laptops, in the interest of the schooling, which helped them in their life, running an Etsy shop, opening things that I've done that I didn't pursue because I'm like, oh, okay, I did it. Oh, I could see how I could be successful in this. And I kind of no longer interested in actually proving that I could be successful, which is partly a little bit, what's the narcissistic in a way. Like, oh, I don't have to run the business. I know I would have been a billionaire. Next, So again, there's something weird about my reasoning there. I recognize it, but that's how I feel. No, and I'm thinking I'm in denial, but I still do know how to run a business well on Etsy, at least to help someone start out. Then you on your own will be smarter than you can actually dedicate yourself. Because yeah, I don't know why I don't. It's not hard. You get the sewing machine, cut some fabric, throw some it on it, and you have a do rag, personalized do rag. That's one of my moneymaker ideas. I mean, I don't care. I'll share them. It's not like nobody's had that idea before. I'm not the first one. So okay. To make money, fundraise basically. It's making money is for profit. It's to fundraise so that we have money to help people. To fundraise, okay, we could do, for example, because I was thinking, how people will have, for example, a family reunion, and before the reunion, or a high school reunion, any kind of, before the reunion, they have the T-shirts made. Oh, 1984 graduate reunion, whatever. So I was thinking maybe we could do rags, same thing, graduate class of blah blah blah, whatever class, and they're very quick and easy to sew, and they can pick the colors they want, or the teams were paintball teams. You got people are really into paintball. They wear a do rag to underwater hockey. The teams have so many. You know, I mean, it's endless. The number of people might buy do rags that are personalized with, like any other personalized, and they're useful. Construction sites. There's so much fundraising, and I kind of threw that idea out there for someone else to do, and maybe someone else is doing it. Actually, there are two apps. See, now, like one of these other tangents, I found two apps. People who sell do-rag, it's a do-rag app. And in the app, so I could do that, like a personalized do-rag app. So, okay, I'm going to have my family reunion. Oh, yeah, let's use that book that makes shirts and do-rag. Yeah, I would do T-shirts together with do-rags, that would be the value added. Other people maybe get a T-shirt, $10 or $15. I'll sell you a T-shirt and a do-rag for $10 or $15. Making sure I'm not sure profit. But so that's value add. You make a do-rag out of scraps. If they don't care the color of the do-rag, it's just a free do-rag with every purchase. You know. So yeah, to fundraise, do-rag and T-shirt, personalized, bulk sale of do-rags and T-shirts. I'm not going to sell one do-rag, because not so much that you can't make money doing that, but the time you spend on the shipping, like to ship 80 do-rags, I mean, you got more sewing time there, but it's just not just shipping. Well, you still got to go to the store, wait in lines, ship it. The money per amount of work, unless you charge a lot for the do-rag, like personalized do-rag, $30, as opposed to if you buy 30 rags, they're $10 each or something. You would use the price point. So, but for now, it's going to be bulk sale. So bulk sale, for events. Bulk sale of do-rag and T-shirt personalized for events. For events, it's understood. Wedding, not the wedding, but the party. What do you call it? The night, what do you call it? The party before the wedding, the night before the rehearsal dinner. Maybe rehearsal dinner, or the bachelorette party. People have do rags that say something, Jim and Judy marriage, stuff like that. People buy that. And then you got something that's useful, like do rag is something that's useful, even if the wedding's over. It says Jim and Mary on it still, but you know. So that's the other thing. Maybe it would be that you could do them personalized, but it could offer a few that are personalized, but that people would use after the wedding's over. It's, oh, hey, and this is still useful after like the centerpieces. Yeah, but that was my business idea for making actual money. You know what? Maybe I need to not be thinking of. I mean, I'm a generous person when I believe in a cause, so maybe I need to make money, like start a money-making business on Etsy. That's an idea I had with the do rags and the personalized loot, loot, loot bags. Loot bags. Is that what they're called? For children's birthday parties. Sure, you could go to the dollar store and buy a paper bag, a decent, and throw a few little toys in there. That's your loot bag. It doesn't have to be expensive. But there are people that will actually pay for a loot bag that is environmentally safe. A reusable loot bag made of biodegradable cotton. There are people that'll pay for that. And I always think, oh, that's so taking advantage. Well, other people are taking advantage, and they want to buy environmentally safe things or an educational. I have so many great ideas, and the investment is zero. I have a sewing machine. I have 3 sewing machines actually. I haven't used a single one of them in years since I was in Maryland. But probably getting rusty and dusty back there. So here we go. Tangent, blah, blah, blah. Let's get back. I'm going to do a money making business. So let's see, Owen. Thank you for that. I not want to start my own business. My point is that starting business is scary, but the perseverance things eventually work out. Yeah, of course. And that's what I feel, because as far as ideas, I could make, I honestly believe this. I could make other people, maybe not billionaires, but my ideas, I think, could make people a nice living. Several 100,000. Okay, maybe I'm exaggerating millions. But several 100,000 a year, 200,000, 300,000. I think you could make with some of my ideas. I wouldn't mind making that. So if I'm so sure of it, why don't I just do it? So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to not forget the nonprofit. I will do the nonprofit, but I could do it with my money that I make with my business. So I can still offer that stuff. You know what? I'm going to leave this on there. I'll still offer that stuff, but that's as an aside to my money making plan. I'll be generous if I'm able to make the money. I'm going to do those other things too. That's what I need. So I need to make money. Bulk sale of do-rag, t-shirt, personalized for events, birthday party loot bags, or party loot bags. It doesn't even have to be a birthday party. It could be a bachelor party loot bags. The little present you give each person. Party loot bags. The wedding party, they get their little gifts. Now, of course, depending on the budget of the wedding too. Some weddings really give you. But generally, I remember I was in the wedding party at my brother's wedding. They gave us. We had to pay for our own dressing. It wasn't expensive. These priced things, but a couple hundred I had to spend for my, and I was but that's how they do it, I guess. Certain, unless you're a very, very wealthy person, the wedding party usually buys their own dress. But they gave us each little present, and it was a loot bag with some makeup and some jewelry and some nice things. It wasn't anything too expensive, but somebody had to buy the loot bags and put them together, and so I would just be, offering the same service, and I'll ship you loot bags all put together, save you time. Of course, like I said, if somebody say, hey, I can just put it together myself. Okay, well, do it then. But I'll offer the different options, the self-esteem loot bags for the children's birthday parties, and there maybe be a mirror in there and little affirmations, or the magician loot bag for children who put little magic tricks in there, or they would be themed bags. So themed party loot bags would be the themed. And again, guys, I'm sharing these ideas with you because if one of you thinks it's a great idea, you also do it. Nobody has the dibs on it. It's not my unique idea either. People have done this before. So, because a part of the problem these days is also people who do have a business. Maybe you want to get some advice. Oh, how'd you do that? What do you? And they're insecure, so they don't want to help you. So I see that on Etsy, especially with the newer people. It's like, oh, this person copied me. You likely copied someone and didn't even know it. Didn't realize that you copied them, because that happens too. Like, oh, themed party bags. Okay, I'm sure I've seen that somewhere. I think it's my unique idea. Like if you asked me, have you ever seen that anywhere? I would probably tell you no. I've never seen themed party bags, but I'm not going to tell you now, oh, nobody else has ever thought of it. Because I bet you, I'll Google it now. I bet you somebody's thought of it. It's not an idea that's like, oh my God, it's amazing. Nobody's ever thought of it. See what I mean? My point is, I'm trying to don't be insecure. If you're starting your Etsy shop, I do have experience in that, as far as that. If somebody has a product that, you put a product on there and someone else has the same one, they may have copied you. I'm not saying they didn't. Oftentimes, they just had the same idea. Or yeah, sometimes they'll steal your picture and sell the same thing. Oh well, guys, you're not going to get any kind of compensation. You're not going to get them to stop. If you get their shop shut down, they'll just open a new one. If it's a good idea, they're going to keep doing it. You can't really. I mean, even super, super rich, famous designers can't always stop us. Occasionally, they have been able to, but they even can't stop others from copying theirs. If a designer makes something, like a super top fashion designer makes something, within 6 months it's going to be at the Rainbow or whatever, one of the cheap, and that's where I'm going to find too, by the way. Yeah, ideas are not unique to you. I mean, I'm not saying you have to share everything, but what I'm sharing here is, there may be things that I'll keep to myself, little secret, whatever. But I mean, this is all stuff. Oh, I want to put the link that you gave me there, oh, Cash, and I'll read the chat in a minute. And I'm going to read that in a second. Yeah, I just need to focus on just doing something. And right now, I need to make money. Stop me. Oh, I'm going to give to the poor. Yes, of course, I want to help the poor. A lot of people want to help the poor. You can't help the poor if you don't have money. So that's me yelling at myself. It's like I'm two people. I'm thinking of the young me who was extremely liberal, by the way. I was out there bad mouthing and fighting in the face of, every Republican, every conservative. And back then, what you could, and you all were still friends, but my friends would just look at each other and look at me. Oh, those were fun days. Yeah, I did have a nice time at college. I went to it was an all women's college, and I'm bad mouthing the college today for some of my classmates now. But uh, yeah, they're fun memories, college. Um, so okay, what else do I need? Okay, so I got that. I'm going to read that. The business is scary, but you just got to persevere. Plus, it's not scary if I'm not even investing any money. I could see it's scary if you got this money, and maybe you've saved up this money and you could lose it. But I'm not investing any money. I bought the property, so I have the property. But I don't even see at this point how it would benefit me to have something physical there, unless I have a way to make, money enough to maintain it. Because I'm going to need a burglar alarm, as the camera, the burglar alarm that goes to the police station, the lawnmower, but he comes anyway. But I'll probably, if I have a structure there, I'm going to have to keep it nicely decorated. I'll probably have to put a fence. It's not a great neighborhood. Somebody was building a house, got all the materials still. Anyway, my mother is just complaining. There she is again, complaining and crying, and I hear her. I'm just gonna block this because I don't want you guys to hear. All right. Yeah. So how long was I talking this time before we realized this? What was that? An hour? It was because my mother came in, so I muted her because she was talking. Oh, Owen, two people watching. Were you guys here the whole time? People probably left. All right. Well, I'm getting ready to sign off anyway. All right. So create a public Wi-Fi policy that all users read and adhere to. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I know when we go to hotels, they give you that warning. Anyone can see what you're doing. Meaning, if somebody's doing something illegal, somebody can see it. So that's what I'm thinking. But I'll look deeper into it now. I'm just kind of browsing. Larger companies that come to us through some sort of firewall. Yeah, of course. There you can disable ports that torrenting program. See, torrenting. Let me look that up. Oh, I can't use that one. Is that okay? What is torrenting? Torrenting is a peer-to-peer form of downloading, uploading files. Okay, so like music and copyright infringement stuff. Yeah, file sharing. Yeah. All right. I'll read that later, but now, it's definitely going to be something. Thank you, Owen, for pointing that out. Okay, so I'm going to start with this. So I'm going to open an Etsy shop. Okay, open an Etsy shop because I can sell, I can't sell the laptops on Etsy, but I can sell these on Etsy. Etsy. I'll make a better chart. Actually, I'll make this chart pretty now as the class. So Etsy, menu, pros and pros. Here we go. Pros and cons. These are just occurring to me as I go. Cons. I don't need it up that high though. Venue. I'll put here venue. Then here risk. Like a risk could be to your reputation, not necessarily financial. So venue, the risk. So this one is financial. This is risk. I mean, it's a financial cost, risk or cost, financial. The venue, private security company. We'll have to look into some company. Another thing I could offer, since I'm teaching secretarial skills, I could have an office set up and having good Xerox machines. For example, I can offer publishing, mass letter mailing. So it's kind of office, but it's kind of not too. So let me see. Let me insert another row. Insert a row. So I could do office services, mass mailings, another thing, logging, file log, what do you call it? They send their stuff to Iron Mountain, for example. They sell old. Some people still use paper files. Some offices don't even use paper anymore. It's just all digital. But some offices use paper, and then they send it to a mine, to get it from cluttering up the office. So you have to log those. So storage, file organization, logging, storage, all that stuff. Logging, office. I won't offer the storage myself, but maybe I'll have maybe I could develop a a relationship with one of the storage companies, Iron Mountain, and get a small commission from them if I provide, you know what I mean? There's a lot of things. It's sales. I got to sell myself to these companies who maybe want to work, with me. So officer, reputational would be the risk, which I'm not concerned about. You need to do a good job. Reputational, it's financial. Well, yeah, the cost of the the risk would be reputational and financial because I'm purchasing a big office machine. So financial and reputational. Oops, wrong one. Etsy, internet, website, web. Yeah, I'll stick with Etsy separate. I'm not going to put it on the same. Maybe I would have my own website so people could place the orders. Pros, people could place the orders. People could place orders directly to on the website. Which is always good. They could also call in and place the order, but wait, website. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Where's the risk? Risk or cost, people. Okay, I see what's happening. I'm looking at the pros and cons. That's going to be here. Pros, and these are the cons. All right, now we're going to make it a prettier chart. Let's make this one bigger. How do I, it's been a while. No, I wanted to wrap. Okay, let me make a nice little chart. Okay, to fundraise. Let me try something like that. All right. So then you start filling that in. I mean, to fundraise. Now, security isn't to fundraise, but it's okay. That's going to be major expenses. Let's see, major expenses. But here's the thing. I still don't need. Here's my thing. So far, building a structure on that property is superfluous, or getting an RV or whatever I said, because what would I actually be doing on site that I can't do online? Other than the connection with the people, sometimes a kind face, talking, it would be more ministerial if we're going to give it a religious twist, even if it's a non-denominational. I think more so than what I can offer, as far as career stuff, I could offer all that online. It's the personal connection that is missing. People are not feeling empowered. I think, some people are, but some people just learn differently. And with COVID and all that stuff, people have fallen behind. Children have fallen behind in school. They're losing what's even the purpose of school anymore. You're basically going there to learn, baloney, and people babysit. I see it in granted, my godson is a particular case, but he's way behind, and he's not alone in that. That's my point. It's not, granted, he could do better. What did I just do? I accidentally dragged something. Let me undo it. Okay, look at that. I don't think you can do that in Excel. I just accidentally, I put this here, Okay, I hold down the mouse and I dragged it. I don't know how I did that, but you apparently can drag the stuff around. Okay. So major expenses. So the risk, I mean, it's not a risk. It's so private security guard at least at certain times of the day, which, that right there is not going to happen early in the, it's going to happen. That's why I got to start making money. And, grants and all that can come later if I get to the point where I'm actually doing something. But all right, so private security guard, a structure of some sort. It could be an RV structure. Don't know what I'm going to get it for yet, but RV, construction trailer. And see, the problem is the zoning on that property. Now I could apply for a change in zoning. Does not allow temporary structures there for long periods. You can get a permit for a certain number of months. I think 3 months you're allowed. Then you have to keep reapplying for the permit, which I'm willing to do. And if it does good for the community, they'll probably keep letting me reapply. But at some point, just on a whim, they could say, okay, well, we don't want to renew your permission anymore. If they just want to, for just to be mean, or they don't have to renew it. But so I probably, if I'm showing that I'm doing good for the community and helping, they probably would renew my temporary structure permit. But, I'd have to go every 6 months and it starts to become a hassle. So that's that. Another issue. So what other expense? So here, this is to fundraise. Let's make you this. I'm snapping gum. Who's there? Any new people? Oh, look at you. It looked interesting though. Oh, insurance, utilities, license. Yeah, the utilities. Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah, when you put a structure, but yeah, for an RV, exactly. You like what utilities? I don't know anything about RVs or trailers or other than they're temporary, but yeah, you got to link it to. I'd have to turn the utilities on. So yeah, that's utilities. What else did you say? Insurance. Yeah, insurance licenses. Yeah, occupational license. That's not too expensive though. Insurance is though. Occupational licenses. I'm thinking major. That's like you pay a fee every year, I believe, right? And that's once you have the structure up and everything. But yeah, it is. I'll put it in there because we don't want to forget licenses. I guess I would go to the city first. See, now, like tomorrow, I could either go in person or look online and figure out some of the stuff. But yeah, that's all. I have to focus on the making money part because all that other stuff is in the future. My main thing now is money. I have to make money or I can't do anything. Nobody's going to give me money if I haven't proven myself, especially the way I am, where I talk every other week I'm going to open a new business and I don't do. So, there's a lot of reason that I'm high risk for a loan. No job. I mean, I'm being realistic. All right. So I wanted to learn a little screen printing, but we can add that later. Risk or cost. Well, the materials, the risk, reputational, I'm going to say. It's not so much, fabric is pretty cheap. It's still a risk, though. So, because you still have to buy the fabric, and then if they don't, you're going to make them pay up front. Or at least half, at least to cover the cost of the fabric. Because here's the thing. Let me make them pay at least approximately what the fabric is going to cost me. Because then I'll buy the fabric. If they pull, something happened, they change their mind, I still have the fabric that's paid for. It's a non-refundable, half payment of the deposit. unless they want to take the hey, I'm happy to, I'll even offer to give them the fabric and their money. No. I'll give them the fabric. I'm not going to give their money back. I'll give them the fabric. If they decide, okay, we're going to do it with someone else, I will be willing to give them the fabric, because likely the color is not always a color I'm going to necessarily use again. But at least I'll have the fabric. But it is risk, reputational and financial, because I'll have the fabric that I'll have to sell to someone else. But, you know, I can still salvage it. So reputation of financial. So the cons, I guess, upfront, non-refundable, which is kind of harsh. Non-refundable, because it's not so harsh if everything goes well. Deposit. Otherwise, I'm definitely going to be in the poorhouse, you guys. And I might still, because I'm the type of person that if they start, I tell them no, it's upfront, it's not non-refundable. I'm the type of person, if you start arguing with me, I'm gonna cough again. If you start arguing with me about the price, I'll probably give you your money back. So hang on. I need to drink some water. No.
No me acuerdo. ¿Y cuándo nos vamos nosotros el primero?
Sí, mamá.
Papá, te preguntaba.
Sí, pero ya preguntaste 1000 veces.
Pero me olvido, hija.
Tengo la gente que está escuchando todo.
Que yo voy a preguntar. Te hablan.
Oh, I'm just tired. I didn't sleep much last night. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off soon. I'm getting very sleepy, but this is good. I got started on some ideas. I gotta stick to something, and I gotta get out of this depression. And okay, what's missing here? People. Licenses. Let me see here. I'm sure this will come together better at a future time. You can't really sort. Oh, look what I did. This, because it's more than one chart. You can only sort a chart if it's only one chart. But see here, we have one chart, two charts. I can't sort. I can only sort one chart. I can't sort both. Like that. Okay. Oh, I gotta do that. Let me I want to format, align, wrapping there. All right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Oh, let me read more stuff. Thank you, Owen. I love all this stuff. Electricity, water, plumbing, internet. Yeah, well, the internet is the Wi-Fi. Yeah, utilities. I'm gonna electricity, water, plumbing, internet. Your liabilities will determine how much money you need to make. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I guess on that form Swift, probably it takes me through the process, all the stuff you're telling me. But yeah, I want to at least have an idea of what I'm going to do before I even try to fill in that form, because I'm going to get to I'll get stuck on every. Oh, and the name of the name. I don't want to necessarily say educational center. It is, but I don't want people to know that it is. I want them to learn accidentally. Like, yeah, take some Excel classes or learn knitting. We could have a knitting club, kind of a social community club to have, just more organized event, more, regulated community education events, office software classes. Oh, you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to get a forklift. And, a forklift license. Oh, definitely. Wait a minute. A forklift. a forklift license, you have to be, I think, 18, depends on what state. And it's like a 3-hour course. And then you take this kind of test that you can take a zillion times online. And you get your license to drive a forklift. You're legally allowed to drive a forklift. So, okay, you don't even have experience yet. Imagine. And then supposedly you're supposed to be able to get a job. And it's not that expensive to get a forklift license either. I mean, it's a low investment way to get a quick income. But the problem is they claim that you don't have to have experience to get hired. And maybe you don't, and there are places that may hire you just because you have the certificate, even if you have no experience, because they're supposed to train you on the forklift that they have. Because you might learn on a forklift and it's not and then you go to the job and it's not even the same forklift you learned on. So, I mean, it's kind of like learning to drive a car. Granted, it's not that hard to switch over necessarily, but, they usually, I've read, I don't know from reality, but I've read that usually they train you on the job. But, it wouldn't hurt to have a forklift and then just you get your license and then, okay, I'll let you practice a little on this before you apply for the job, So you say, yeah, I have this license plus there's a forklift. I do some volunteer work at the XYZ educational center, whatever, and then that's something they can put on a resume. So see, it's a holistic approach to work. It's not just, okay, take this class and now apply for the job. It's, oh, well, okay, you didn't get a job yet. Well, all right, why don't we work here for a day or two, maybe, or volunteer, maybe eventually I could, if I have enough of an income, I could eventually pay. But what the volunteers would get in return is something, a reference. So the pros, forklift, the classes they would have to pay for themselves. But again, maybe in the forklift classes, I think it's $75. It's not that much. But some people, $75 is a lot of money. They don't have even a penny. So those are the people I'm trying to give I want to give them. I want to give them a hand up, which is very, I mean, some would say, well, that's very, well, it's very Christian. It's very Christian, I think. Let's leave it at that. Doesn't matter what kind of Christian you are, give free education. It should be very Christian. I don't know. I know there are cults, even Christian cults, the ones that are a little too extreme, that don't want you to be educated. They don't want you to question their beliefs because they want you to be a blind follower of them. So, so they can continue whatever they do, but that's not right. Even if it's for noble reasons, let's say, oh, well, because they're ignorant, they don't know any better, we're helping. Maybe it's true. Maybe those people do think that they're helping you, but you still have to want your followers to be educated and be able to question the beliefs always. And if they want to leave and decide to leave, wish them well and tell them they're welcome back if they choose to come back. And that's a Christian. I'm being self-critical of Christians because I'm criticizing other religions, then I'm also going to criticize my own. But it's been too much criticizing Christians and not criticizing the other religions, that some of them are pretty nutty too. The extremes, of course, not the average, regular, level. I'm so angry inside, you guys. I really shouldn't get on the internet when I'm in the lives. Low-income people can apply for financial aid. Yeah, I know, but Calhoun Career Assistant. Well, I'll accept EBT for, well, see, I was thinking of offering the food and the coffee. I could accept EBT. Why not? I mean, if it's something that they're eating, it's a meal. Let's say they get a sandwich or something. So let me put that in there. Finance, I don't know how that all works, but yeah, if they can get financial aid, great. If they receive it, you see, But if someone doesn't get accepted for financial aid, there's always something. But I'm going to be firm. Because if they apply for financial aid, and I don't know how that all works, but yeah, well, here's the thing. I'm charging for the forklift classes because that's a class that they have to buy online. I can't teach that. The Excel is free because I know how to do Excel, so I'll just teach it. Anything in the office. Problem is time. I have to actually do it, and if I don't do it, then I will have to pay someone to do it, and then I'd have to charge. So, or hope somebody would volunteer like I am. I could probably get volunteers to teach the office. Oh, I know one of my ideas for earning money. It was going to be the people that I train. I will then try to help them find work. And if they find work, that person, again, I don't know why I go so easy on, but I just feel some people really but sometimes you give too much and they take advantage, so you have to be careful. But I was thinking, if they get a job, they learn things from where, my center, and they get some experience so I can give them a reference, and they have hopefully a clear background check. I'll even be willing, of course, I'm willing to help people who have a background, who have a criminal background. It's going to be more difficult, but yeah, there are actually, and I would try to liaise with those places as well. For the people who have no criminal background, good. I mean, it's a lot better. Try to stay out of trouble, guys. But, because then I could try to help them get with the regular temp agencies who usually want a clean record, and they want you to have some experience usually. So, so there you could get it from me. I'll do the background checks. Now, I can't ask anyone to pay for those. So those would be background checks if they want to be a part of my employment assistance program, like where I actually go to temp agents and say, look, Jennifer, she's been taking the classes at my center, and it's not an official class, but she got the certificate, which these are the things we teach them, and she's taken the Excel test. Maybe they could because when you go to a temp agency, they test you. They test you on Word, on Excel, on whatever you claim to know. They test you, so you can't lie on your resume. They're going to know. So I could offer the test at my place so that they already know. I'll be honest with them. I'm not going to lie, because someone's going to find out if you don't know what you claim to know eventually. So it's not in my interest to lie either. So my interest is to teach Excel, Word, whatever you need to learn, so you know it. You then go to a temp agency and get a job, and then hopefully, that was what I was getting at, hopefully you'll make a donation to the center if you're one of the people that was able to get work through the assistance. I don't think we need to be charging the people, but yeah, obviously we welcome donations if you feel that the company helped, the center helped you. But yeah, the bulk of the money would be coming from hopefully eventually grants when I go nonprofit. But I'm starting out as a profit company because I just don't see nonprofit is difficult, especially when you're starting out, because you got to prove yourself right out the gate. People are first, you got to convince them to believe in you, and that you're not going to swindle the money, that you're not going to, or that you're not going to just be irresponsible. Maybe you were well-intended, but you messed up, and people, if they donate, they want to make sure that what they've donated is actually working. It's actually being used for the, yeah, I'm start getting angry. Some bit of stuff, because so many places, a large portion just goes to, administrative. Okay, you've got the secretaries working, processing. Okay, of course, you do have to pay employees, but sometimes the amount that actually goes to the, sometimes I say to myself, I'm better off finding a poor family and helping them out directly, sometimes, rather than donating here and like one penny ends up getting to whoever, So there are other risks with that too. Okay, so yeah, so employment, employment agency, maybe I'll think about that. Maybe I could request a donation, or if they actually get no, I would get paid by the actual agency. Okay. Employment assistance with local agencies. You know what? Leave it at that. I'll work with the agency. The agency can give me a commission, and I'm going to leave my people alone. Okay. Employment assistance with local agencies. I have to find out who these agencies are for a commission. But there are, temp agencies I know, and I will, they make a nice chunk of money out of the employees that they place. So I deserve a little something if one of my people gets work and they, and then my person is with them, because they're going to get you the good job. Now, considering that I'm at that, see, I'm already seeing how it plays out. This is helping me. So the person will go, right. And see, temp agencies usually make it difficult to leave without a good amount of money being spent by the employer. So you've got to be really wanted by the employer, or you'll work for them a certain number of months and you work off your indentured servitude, is how I put it. That's not what it is, but it is. You're not being paid slave wages, but sometimes they are taking a chunk out. But it's worth the trade-off, because if you do get into an excellent corporation, if that's your goal, to get with like a really strong corporation where you can do so well in life, especially if you get in young, the 401k, and the longer you're with a company, you get better benefits over time, and you learn things in large corporations that you don't often learn in small offices, because large corporations have all the bells and whistles and the latest software, and the IT techs on site, and so you learn things that in a small office you learn in a different way, but you're not always exposed to I notice it in the office I'm working in now. It's a strong company, or the one I just finished yesterday. Very strong company, but a small number of employees for the largeness of the company. They're a company that's in a precarious situation because they're going to they've got some old timers. Oh gosh, that's a whole other thing. They've got people that have been there for like 30 years from when my boss, the boss of the office, the kid, when his father started the company back in the 50s. Some of these employees saw that little kid when he was like 3 running through the office. He's now the boss because his father retired and passed the company on to him. But I see it's a very strong company, it's got low debt, it owns the properties, that it's a real estate company. And but the people in the office are very small business mind, because it was a small business at first, and when they were hired by the guy's father. So you got a couple of those old timers, like 3 or 4 of those that have been there since, Methuselah. And then you have a lot of temps. And I think it's always going to be that way for them, because to find the people they trust, like they trust the ones that started with their father, or like started when the son took over, they're not going to find loyal employees like that ever again. I don't think in today's America, nor is it always necessarily a good thing to have it ride or die employees. They can be a double-edged sword, because sometimes they are so, well, I'm not going to get into it. I see things in that office that you don't see in large corporations, certain insecurities, now you do see it as you move up the ladder, though, in corporations, but you move up the ladder quickly in a small office. But the people who have been there for years start to feel a little bit like, They haven't had the benefit of working in many corporations, seeing different softwares, different forms of work, different personalities. The other temp, there was another temp. She also ended up quitting because anyway, I won't talk anymore. It's a whole other. I understood the situation better than she did. She took things too personally. That's the thing. If you're a secretary and you're working, whether it's a small office or a large corporation, you can't take anything personally. Sometimes now the bosses shouldn't be screaming and yelling at you. They need to be, cordial, and you can't have a what do you call it? A work environment, hostile work environment. That happens, and that's not right. And you do need to report that. But I'm saying you can't be reporting every team. Sometimes you got to let some things slide, as long as it's not like way out of hand. The boss always gets a little grumpy on Fridays because he's got the meeting. So you kind of get to know the boss, and that on Friday he's going to be a little grumpier than usual. So you work with it. It's almost, and people even say that, and secretaries can be men or women, but generally, traditionally, they've been women. So there's this sort of running understanding, not in a sexual way, but the boss, who were usually men, and now they're women too, but and you can flip the genders around to whatever fits today. But so the men would have two wives. He'd have the office wife, but in quotes, he wasn't theoretically not sleeping with her. No, that happened too, actually more commonly. But the office wife was the one who took care of all his stuff in the office, and the home wife was his wife, the one that took care of his home business. And he was the king of the castle and all. But it is true. It is true. You'll find sometimes you develop, a relationship with the wife, and it can be very nice, actually. Sometimes the wife needs to ask you where and you have to be careful with that too. You can have a jealous wife, and assuming, or if you're a man and your boss is a woman, maybe she has a jealous husband. So you have to be careful. If the wife calls, there's some wives call often, and do what your boss says, of course, but of course you always treat her as if she's important, because a man who works extremely hard, and especially if the wife is a home, she's not a career woman, she's dedicated herself to her wife and to her family and children, which still maybe doesn't happen as much as it used to. But even if she's a woman who works, we know that the woman is usually the one who's carrying the children. It's not 50-50. It usually never is. The children themselves demand more from the mother. It's, even if the husband wants to be, let's say he's a wonderful man, he wants to help with the kids, but the kids want mommy, because mommy is sweeter and she's softer and she hugs me sweeter. And it's not that the father is bad, but generally, if you've had both, generally the father, and again, I may be sounding very old-fashioned, but generally in a heterosexual relationship, but even in a homosexual relationship, you'll usually have a more feminine partner and a more masculine-oriented partner, or maybe not always, but and one of them is the softer one that you run to and children need both. They need the hard father that says, no, you're not getting away, father figure, which could be a woman. It could be that the father is the soft one and the mother, I'm not trying to sound, but it is important for children to have both. And here are my tangents. And that's what's missing in a lot of families that don't have two parents. I always end up talking about the two-parent thing, but again, I'm insisting it doesn't matter what sex the both parents are, but you need a softer one, good, you can call it the good cop, bad cop if you want. But it's the child needs to feel safe no matter what. And that is generally with the mother. And sometimes you do need to form a partnership with the father to discipline the child, but there still have to be someone who pumps the brakes, you know what I mean? And generally it's going to be the mother. And sometimes you need the stronger one, that's the father, that says, okay, enough is enough. We did what you said before. We let him get away with this. We let him, this time it's, and you finally need someone to say, this is the limit. and that's it. And I'm getting like this because I'm acting like the man of the house. I'm changing my role, and I'm trying to stay calm. But and it's again, oh, Christian values. Yeah. So what's wrong with that? Adjusting the values to the 21st century. But let's leave it at that. Because I'm starting to get okay. So low income people by financial aid is an option. Both the applicant and school service have to be approved by the government. Okay, I'm gonna put that in there somewhere. I'm gonna look into that. So sale of laptop, office software. Okay, so up here I'm gonna offer insert. All right, I'll see if I can get my mom to go get a mani-pedi, but I can't even get her to leave the house. I hear her back there. I even hear her. Oh, and she's talking and she's saying about how horrible things are, and I'm just tired of hearing it. And she's ill. But I'm just so tired of hearing it. And there are stuff from my childhood, of course. The unfinished whatever traumas of no life is perfect, but you always got to find something else. Okay. What did we just say? Good thing I'm financial aid. Okay, so I want to offer financial aid for the classes that aren't free. Financial aid towards the classes which are not free. I'm going to try as much as I can to offer free, which are not free. The forklift I can't, unless, well, I'm going to try to find volunteers. Like if there's a forklift operator that's, I don't know if you need to have a certificate. Probably need to have a certificate to teach forklift. Oh, you do. And actually you can get that certificate online as well. I just remembered because I tried to help this guy out once. He didn't end up, I think he ended up getting the certificate. I don't think he ever ended up using it. I don't think he was someone I was trying to help directly some homeless people, and I happened upon this young man, and I guess at the time, thought, he just needs to get a few skills and then he can get a job as a forklift operator, or but it's sometimes you're dealing not just with that, you're dealing with psychological things because they've had a difficult life growing up, whatever situation it's been. So it's they have to overcome, oh, sí van a estar. Sí, van a estar, mamá. Marcel se va 2 semanas nomás. Después vuelve. Oh, financial aid. Okay. Well, you're just saying dumb stuff, mommy. It's going to be all right. They're both going to be there. It's useless. She's not going to remember. Even if I tell her, she's not going to remember. So I don't know why I bother getting angry. I have to accept. Okay. Free Wi-Fi. So what we'll offer. Okay. We want to make it pretty. Insert a row. Insert a row above. Okay. I'm going to insert another row. I could insert more than one row. I'm doing it one row, but I could insert 2 rows. Okay, insert 1 row above. I'll just do that because here, free Wi-Fi, and here, financially towards the classes which are not free. Offer software free if possible. Free, just classes. Free Wi-Fi. Well, I'm going to say Wi-Fi because here's something where I could maybe make some money. I could offer free Wi-Fi, like I said, like we kind of discussed. So one will be free, like the less powerful, and then they can pay a monthly membership, or they can pay, like if they want to use it just for an hour, they decide which is best for them, sort of like they do at Kinko's. But again, mine might be more reasonable. And Kinko's has. I think Kinko's has a. I should see what Kinko's does. Yeah, what does Kinko's do? Am I sharing my screen? You can see it. Okay, Kinko's FedEx now. I think it's FedEx. Kinko's FedEx. What do they offer? See, this is something I'd like to offer because I could do this so well. I mean, with all my secretary, this is like fun for a secretary. Xeroxing, mailing, that's fun stuff. That's like what you do when you just want to relax. So, roll labels, look at all that. So, letters. So, how do you place an order? Let's say, because I want to do something like that, like online services. Okay, so they go like this. Online notary. Oh, look at that. You can even online notary, passport. I could offer, some of this stuff. I don't want to get into too deep. Meeting planning. Oh my God, they do meeting planning. I could do that. Custom quotes. I mean, this is all big time, but I could certainly offer this. Actually, a friend of mine that I knew in college worked at Kinko's, and he was doing this organizing stuff, and now he's done well for himself. Now he's retired. But I recall he started at Kinko's back, when they were still new. You're basically offering, secretarial or office services to people that have small businesses because they can't afford to have one in house. Because ordinarily, a Kinko's, you have in the large corporations, you have an in-house Kinko's, but it's not Kinko's. Yeah, all right. I'll. So yeah, office services. These are ideas right now. We'll see which are feasible. But so what did I say here? Wi-Fi, community office software, financial. Oh, to fundraise. This was it. Office services, mass mailing. Okay, said that. But what did I just say? Okay, I want to put that in the middle. Format. Middle. One in the middle. Okay. Oh, let me put this. Insert a row. Insert a row above. Okay. Here's another little chart. Oh. Actually, Excel is easier than this. And I'm using the yucky mouse, the mouse pad that's on the computer. I hate that thing. But I don't have enough plugs for my mouse. I'll have to get one of those extenders or something. Now I forgot what we said. Financial aid. Oh yeah, financial aid is an option. Both the applicant and have to be approved. Okay, yeah. So financial aid. Where did I put that? I wrote it there somewhere, right? Financial aid towards class. They're not free. Okay. Wait, where's the forklift? Matrix. Oh, I want to buy an actual forklift, right? But I want to offer forklift classes. I'll just put it here. Office software classes, forklift classes, etc. Classes, just different knitting. Even knitting. Maybe we could have a knitting club. Clubs like they don't have to be. They could be clubs or classes. Classes, clubs, etc. A social club. I guess it is. Clubs. It's kind of like maybe like a YMCA where you can. I could. Yeah, I mean, so many things. I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm trying to make money, but I have too many ideas now, and that's the problem. I got to stick to a couple and get those going, and then I can add slowly. See, I kind of take. I tend to take off more than I can chew. That's another issue. I have a lot of problems with as far as keeping committed to things, but one problem is I bite off more than I can chew. I think I'm going to do all this stuff, and I end up doing not even near what I. So I'm going to stick with the fundraising. I'll start with the T-shirt, So now I got to break down and start on one of them. I'm breaking it down into pieces. I've never done this before. This time I'm going to I'm talking. Right now I'm talking. Let's stop talking. Okay, I'm going to put that in the middle. Financial alignment. I could put on the bad camera so I could use my good mouse, but I'm getting ready to log off anyway. I'm getting kind of sleepy, but so where could I start? I mean, I could start with these two with no investment. I mean, yeah, there's some there's a little investment needed here if someone places an order. I've got to give them a lead time. You know, this part I know how to sell online. I got that down pat, but I just got to. So it won't necessarily be financial. Yeah, because I'm going to be asking in the upfront non-refundable deposit. And of course, if you argue enough, let's see. If you argue, I got to prepare for when they argue that, because that's no problem. Everyone's going to pay that when they're planning the party. Then something's going to happen and they decide they don't want to do it anymore. And that's where I'm going to have to, and I have to prepare for these confrontations because I'm terrible at those. You know, I'm going to go out of business if everybody does that, So when they call to argue and I tell them, oh, well, you have they keep arguing, the most I'm going to offer, okay, well, I have the fabric. Okay, you know what? If I can return the fabric somehow, if there's a way I can get my money back, I'm willing to give them their money back. But many times you can't. Let's say I bought the fabric. I can't get the money back for the fabric. In that case, I will offer them the fabric. I'm not giving them their money back. I'm willing to give them the fabric if they want to take the fabric to some other person or, and that's it. And then if they still don't accept that, I gotta prepare. Maybe, I may need to get a lawyer because of my personality at some point. So a lawyer on call. I know there are lawyer services that you pay one price, so the pay one price lawyer services, because I'll get to the point where I can't keep arguing. I'll say, look, this is my policy. We're going to have to deal with the lawyer, and I'll send him to the lawyer and the lawyer can deal with him. And that's why you pay people. So pay one price law, somebody could trip and fall. Yeah, I've got the insurance, but sometimes people want more and they go for more than what your insurance covers. So, generally the insurance is going to cover you and help you and argue, for you. But but that's something. So pay one price lawyer service. I'll have to look for one. An accountant at this point, if it's just the do-rags and the t-shirts, I could handle that. If I start getting a lot of money from alternate sources and, then I'll see. And you've got obviously it's a profit. It's going to be a profit organization, for profit right now. I got to look into foundations and that works, because you can have a charitable foundation and there are certain benefits that are similar to the nonprofit, but it's still a private corporation. So I got to look into that. But I kind of Googled and, I haven't done very in-depth attempt to find out about it, but I kind of half-assed Googled it. Oops. Community education software. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what I want. Just any assistance to guide people away from, the temptations, the bad things. So yeah, there is an underlying religious tone. I'm not going to lie, but it's not, it could be a Muslim, it could be any religious undertone. I know that there are Muslims that are very much about Muslims, but the ones that are kind, the ones I've met many Muslims in my life. Actually, people think I've never met a Muslim. I've met many. My father's partner in his job, his whole however many years he was working, was a Turkish guy, a Muslim. One of them, the other was a Jewish man. There you go, and I met his kids. His kids were about our age, and we played at the same clubs, and we weren't best friends, okay, but they came to my brother's wedding, he and his wife. I had a boss. I had two bosses at the World Bank. They were Muslim men from Pakistan. One guy was like over the top, kind and considerate, and but anyway, so yeah, there is a religious inclination, but it's not any particular religion. Religion in general, when incorporated properly, let's not be, but when incorporated in a certain way, let's say the right way, wrong way, you can decide for yourself. But if it's incorporated into a community in a certain way, it's very empowering. You feel the safety of whoever you follow, whether it's Jesus or whoever you believe in. You feel that safety, that confidence that if you don't believe in God, but if other people believe, and it gives them that crutch, okay, maybe it's that crutch the person needs. I'm not saying God doesn't exist, but those of you who are out there, oh, God doesn't exist, blah blah, but if that belief inspires someone towards getting off drugs, or I find it's very difficult to get people to leave drugs, or alcohol, but people do. It does happen. Or keep people from getting into them. Maybe some kind of lost kid, he just didn't graduate high school, or maybe he did, and like, GED, that's right. GED, like encouragement, GED encouragement and study assistant, encouragement and study help, study groups, maybe. What nicer way to meet new people, that you're all getting your high school degree. You finally, maybe, it's scary too. Some of the people have had really bad histories, bad pasts, and maybe some have a record. I'm not, I do fear that. I want to help, but at the same time, that's why security guard, jury, if they're on site classes, and I don't even have much room. I've got that little property. If I could get a little RV or a construction trailer, like I said, if I need to hold classes outside, I'll do that. Not in the hot summer. Maybe we'd have to, or but there are even, I'd have, again, I'm going too far. But if I had enough money, I could even, there's some things you find in Florida. If you go to a restaurant that's outdoor restaurant in the middle of summer, for example, they've got these misters that shoot very cool mist. It's just mist. It's not cold. It's that, kind of slightly more than room temperature, but it's room temperature, but slightly more. And like it's colder rather. And so you're sitting there, you don't get wet because the mist is so fine that you don't get wet, but you get cool. It's wonderful. So anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. But if, let's say, we don't have room inside and we have to spill outside because I don't have money to build a building, and even if I did, it would be a very small building. So I'd rather have more land, maybe have a little structure. And so they'll spill outside. Maybe something that if it's a small structure that I actually could build, and it's a small, that the wide, so some people can sit inside maybe, and then maybe we could add a tent so that people can be in the shade, and and have the classes, and have a maybe have a mass. My friend Pauline is a pastor. Maybe some days she could have a mass there. It doesn't, and And maybe there's a Muslim cleric who's interested in giving his, I don't know if they call it mass, or, you know what? Religious understanding between, I'm going to encourage and I'm going to be very dedicated to it. Oh, but I'll think about it. But I'm going to try to encourage religious understanding between, any religions. Whatever religion wants to come, we're going to make an extra effort to encourage, whatever race or religion you are, we don't care. So, in race and religion encouragement, learn about each other's culture. Oh, well, that's getting a little, we got to see who comes. But let's not do religion. I think religion these days is more back and forth than race necessarily. Religion doesn't go hand in hand with race all the time, but religion, in exchange, religious intercommunication, religious intercommunication and understanding. I'm not going to say acceptance. I'm not going to accept, because I don't accept certain religions. I'm sorry. That's as far as I can go. But religious intercommunication and understanding, which you know what? I don't want to I'm not going to promise something that I can't do myself yet. I'm going to try to get to that point. Religious intercommunication, interfaith communication, interfaith. What's a good word that's showing that you're not quite into it, but you're willing to give it a shot? You know what I mean? Interfaith. Let me check the chat. Anyone have any ideas? No. I'm alone here. 2 people. Are you still there, Owen? Oh, let me take that out. How do I get that off? I have your thing up there, Steve. It says free Wi-Fi can cause, that's still up there. How do I get that off? Let me go back up to it. Oh, here it is. I can hide. There we go. All right, so we're gonna do I wonder if anybody's here just for ASMR. Is anybody getting ASMR out of this? Or are you actually interested in what I'm talking about? Interfaith, like interchange, like exchange, interfaith exchanges, nonviolent interfaith exchanges. Nonviolent interfaith exchanges. I'm going to commit to the nonviolent. But of course, if somebody hits first, what do you do? But nonviolent, I'm not claiming to be a great Christian. I'm not. I believe in turning the other cheek, but I still feel there are exceptions, which Jesus feels there. I don't think he has exceptions. You turn the other cheek and you forgive, and that's it, period. But all right, I'm working on it. Insert a row. I don't know. I got to find better wording for that, because the nonviolent is implying that I expect there might be some, so that's not good. Interfaith exchange. Interfaith exchange. Let's just leave it at that. Interfaith exchange. We're going to assume it's nonviolent exchange. Yeah, I'm so not into that one, but all right. But I know I should be. I know that I should be. So, All right. I think I'm good for now. I got to get started on the Etsy shops. You know what? Before anything else, I got to get started on the Etsy shops. Tomorrow I made plans with a friend, but I actually made plans with a friend, which is a good thing. I never do that. I'm going to go have lunch with a friend, someone that I met years ago, and finally through Facebook, we decided to have lunch together. So platonically, he's a man, but it's a platonic thing, not any. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, but no, it doesn't hurt to start making connections. He's an attorney, so I'm not saying I'm just using him because he's an attorney, but maybe these connections could help in the future, or he could refer me in the future to an attorney that could help me if I do follow through. So I'll tell him about my idea, maybe talk about it. Theme party loot bag. Okay, here's the risk, and this is something I've thought of. Child safety, child safety, child safety issues. Maybe I need to put a disclaimer, or maybe is the warning label enough? Like, let's say I get, see, if I'm making the loop bag, see, I'd make the loop bag with a very short. I'm thinking again, going deeper, but child safety issues. A bag with a long thing could choke a child. A bag with maybe a very short thing that they just hold like this. I did that once for an event. I got some school supplies. It was for a graduation. It's about 30 kids. So I sold these little bags, and I and they got their little certificate of congratulations. It was all not official, but they had graduated like Head Start nursery school. They had graduated to the first grade or whatever the next grade. I think Head Start is nursery school. So they got graduated Head Start. The kids were so proud and nervous, and so they each got a certificate framed that said that they had passed to the next level of and they were so proud, and they were dressed up. Oh, it was so cute. And some were older kids, but a lot of them were Head Start graduates. And the first kid, he was only 3 years old. He saw the audience, and there was only like there were 30 kids. There were maybe 20 people in the audience. Parents didn't even go, and and so the shortest kids came in first, and then the taller. So of course they were the youngest ones, and they had to be the first one. And the first kid, he was so cute. Oh my gosh, I'm remembering the scene. I have pictures, but I didn't want to be publishing the pictures everywhere because they're children, and I didn't even have permission from the parents. But the parents, some of them weren't even there. Some were foster care, and I just always remember the first kid, and he couldn't move. He was like so nervous, and then he started kind of stiffly, and the kid behind was pushing him. I didn't film that part. I took some pictures. And then, the older kids were, a little more confident. And then there was even a kid who had graduated high school in Georgia. I guess he was a friend of someone who'd heard about the event. Some of the kids don't even ever see events like this, You got to pay. And that did kind of hurt me a little bit. They had to pay to have that event. Each child had to pay, I think, $30. So, because they needed the money, I was helping someone else with their event, and it hurt me. And there were 2 little boys that didn't have the money, so they didn't pay, but they'd already been coming to all the practices. We had been practicing music and songs to sing to the people, and so the day of the event, I could tell they were acting weird. I gotten to know the kids because I would go to the practices. I didn't know them too deeply. I'd see them once a week for 2 or 3 months. We were practicing for this event. And so the day of the event, they were, dressed up, whatever. They were acting weird. They were like, they kept looking at me. They saw the little prizes that I had brought, the bags, and they kept looking at whatever. It's like maybe they're just nervous or whatever. And then when it came time for the event where they had to give the awards and all that, they didn't get up. Their names weren't called, and they didn't go. And that's when I realized that their parents or whoever couldn't pay for the. They had to pay, I think, $30 each, and they got the certificate with the. Now, had I known that, I still wouldn't have been able to pay for it myself. 30 kids, $30 each. How much is that? I couldn't have come up with all that money myself, but I would have maybe paid for those 2 kids, but anyway, here's what happened though. They ended up getting, of course, I gave them the little prize. They didn't get the certificate with their name on it, and they didn't get to be in the picture where they hold up the certificates, but it was all, they got the little prize that I, with all the little stuff inside, the little treats. And I don't think I put candy in there. I put bubbles. And on top of that, some of the bags had less stuff because I'd run out of stuff. But I figured, okay, these are the extra bags. And they turned out to be the extra bags. And so I ended up giving them each a bag that didn't even have all the stuff in it, but it had some stuff. But it just killed me. To this day, I wonder, they'll always remember when they went to that, I think, and maybe they won't, maybe they forgot it, but I remember humiliating things when I was little, and then they were looking down, like they saw the kids getting the prizes, and that's when I kind of put 2 and 2 together, and I said, oh, here, kids, here, take this, and but they still got left out of everything else, but now they would have something to hang on their wall, maybe wherever they're living, or if they're foster children, let's say. I have no idea. I didn't get to know the kids too deeply, but I know some of them were in foster care. Maybe these were foster kids, and that's the only thing they take with them. They move from house to house constantly. And, maybe that was like one thing they could take to the new houses that they have to go to, and something that gives them pride in this life that they have now with no stability. And, they can dream, oh, well, yeah, I got that. And then if I just stick with it and study, because that was the whole purpose of the event, oh, you kids, you're doing so well. We're always giving attention to the kids that doing badly, and they get special classes, and that's good. They should. My godson is one of those kids that has some behavioral problems and needs the special classes. So I'm all for that. But they get all this special attention, and the kids that are doing the good thing and trying to get good grades and being polite, they need attention too. They deserve to have, oh yeah, you passed you did Head Start, great. It's, big deal, Head Start, but it's the self-esteem that they're not getting. And it goes a long way for success in life. Even when you get rejected from a job, someone who's been treated like crap his whole life, whatever reason, there are plenty of reasons. They go to a job interview, they get rejected. Oh yeah, of course I got rejected. Oh, I'm not going to bother anymore. And they're used to it, so they don't even think that something could be different. Maybe they take all my classes that I'm giving, the free and the Excel, and I try to teach them, and they apply for a job and they don't get the job. Well, I'm still there to keep helping. I'm my business, my whatever I'm trying to organize. And I want to attract volunteers that are, oh, you didn't get the job. All right, well, we're going to keep working on it. Meantime, we're going to work with this temp agency. Maybe you're better off starting out as a temp. You get to know the ropes, and many times they end up hiring temps. That's a wonderful way to get work in a large corporation, without as much stress. You still have to interview. Many times, even if you've been working there for a few months as a temp, they still make you go to interview, and you still don't sometimes get the job. But many times, you do get the job. And if you didn't get it in that, you'll get it in another business. But generally, if they have a job available, they're going to try to consider the temp that's been there. And of course, you're going to do the job well. And if you make mistakes, well, that's something I'll also teach in my classes. I'm like all over the place right now. You make a mistake in a job. The number one thing is to admit to it. Oh, I should have, but there are ways to do it and still hold your dignity and not have people, oh, look at her, she's always making mistakes. You have to be careful, because sometimes you admit mistakes and you're being confident about it. It's like everyone makes mistakes, but there are people in the office that are insecure, and will try to make you look bad because they want your job, or they want the promotion, or so unfortunately you know, but that's all stuff that I'll talk about in my, you know, maybe I should just use these rambles and clip out the parts. I keep saying that because I end up never doing what I say I'm going to do. All right, guys, I better go. I'm just blabbing now. Is there anyone even here still? So yeah. Oh, so I got, to do, before I leave, to do. Look at the Kinko site because I want to imitate. Look at Kinko's. See, everybody copies everybody. That's why I'm saying this idea. If I got all this great business plan, you know, chances are, because I'm this way, and right now I'm saying I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I know I'm gonna go through with it. In a week, I don't know. In a week, who knows? I know myself. I really mean it. I really say that. I really mean that I'm gonna do it. But my point being, if this is a great idea and you like the idea, you do it. Don't even think you have to, because there are some people like, well, because you're too nice. You're like, well, that was her idea. I shouldn't do it. First of all, I don't know you. I'll never find out. Just do it. So look at Kinko's site to copy it. Look at Kinko's site to copy the format. I'm not going to copy the, you know, you could even do that. I could even copy exactly the Kinko site. I use the, you know, you view the code, paste it. It would take me not too much time to imitate exactly the Kinko site. That's why it's easy to get your password. Sometimes you think it's the real site and it's not. But then I could just change it to my company name and maybe change the color. Well, it's FedEx Kinko's. Look at Kinko's FedEx website. FedEx website. I could, you know, I'm not going to do it, but I could copy the website. You know, I might copy some of the code. You know, we'll see. It's too early to tell. But there are ways for them to protect their code, and some websites do it, but a lot of websites don't. They view code, source code. Here, I'll show you right now how you do it. You right click. Oh, I can't do it because I don't have my good mouse. I have the mouse pad. How do you right click on the mouse pad? 2 fingers. There we go. View page source. Is that it, or view code source? View page source here. See? And then this is all the code that you put into, I think this one is JavaScript maybe, but they're similar. HTML. You put all this code into a website creator, but the more advanced one for, like if you're on Wix, you would go to the advanced web creators dashboard, and then you paste in all this code. Now if you're just copying pasting, you don't know what is affecting what. So it also would help to know something about code. Otherwise, it's really difficult for you to do anything with it. But there is a way you could actually copy the actual website. Anyway, that's another tangent. But so see, I would go in here and offer some of the same services and see how they do it. Direct mail. See, that's mass mailings, for example. People want me to mail stuff for them. You know, that's a mail merge. It's very easy. So I could create, for example, one of the things that I could do if I had that big fancy machinery, which that's why that's a future. You know, I could create their thing for them and mail it, you know, and they charge me X cents per postcard or whatever. And anyway, so that's one of the money makers. So, oops. And at the same time, so I'll get those and I'll have the students, you know, I wouldn't be paying the students probably at first. Maybe I could get to the point where I could pay them if they do the work. But so, okay, we have a order in from XYZ company. They want us to mail out these postcards. So I'll get the students to help me and we'll create the postcard and mail it out. And, you know, they'll do all the work. Now some will say, and I'll get paid. But that money is then going to be going into the, you know, the program. So I'm going to run it like a nonprofit. I'm going to run it like a nonprofit at first, but then I'll see if it's worth getting. The thing with nonprofit, I'm just so concerned because if you have got to account for every penny, because people are giving out of the kindness of their heart. So, even if you're just sloppy, maybe you have good intentions, but you're sloppy with their money, you're not going to have a good reputation as a nonprofit. Here I am lecturing people. I'm not even, but well, that's why I don't want to do a nonprofit right now until I'm ready, because I can be sloppy, and I'm sloppy enough. That said, though, since I will be profiting, some would say, well, that's unethical. You're making the students work for free. That's slave labor. I can see that coming. So I'm going to have to see. I'm seeing it as I'm giving them free classes. They're doing the work for free as well. They're getting experience to put on a resume. I'm helping them by presenting them to agencies. I hope. I have not developed even those contacts yet, but I'm offering them all these so that they can eventually, have the skills to get a good job as a secretary or better, bookkeeper eventually, or, move up and even when they're working, they already got their job. I'm still willing to maintain the relationship with them if they need a little brush up or a little course in something else and they want some, so I'm there. So their work is making money for the foundation, or, in this case, but that's going to be my clincher. It's a for-profit foundation, a for-profit. So maybe, there are some legal things going on there. Like maybe if it's a foundation, I'm allowed to do that, but I have to look into the law. So see, I might need a lawyer for that too, because there is employment laws that I might be breaking. I'm just saying, I don't, I don't think I could afford to. And if it turns out I'm making more money than I thought I did, then of course I will pay them. Of course, I'd love to be able to pay temps to do the work, but I want to make sure I can afford it. And I think that people should be at least at first willing to volunteer if I'm not even making, enough money to run the place. But see, I'm just lecturing and people aren't going to be thinking all this. People are going to say, no, you're making money and you're not paying them, so I got to look into I have to look into laws, human resource laws about volunteering, if it's a profit. Okay. Is there a better section? Wait a minute. The pros and cons. I mean, these are just issues that may arise. I'm going to put issues that may arise. To do. Let's just do this. To do. Look at Kinko's FedEx website to imitate. But I'm not really going to focus on this as much just yet. I mean, I might do that, but I'm going to be focusing more on the Etsy shop. So yeah, number one, organize that damn garage, because I have nowhere to sit down and sew. It's just a mess. So organize garage. So I have a sewing station. Yeah, I've got all these fabric scraps. Yeah, but I want to offer on the website. Yeah, I want to offer these for sale. Maybe I could offer them, Etsy would be easier to start with. I could eventually start a website and then pass the t-shirts. But for now, I'm going to stick with Etsy. So, think of a name the business. I don't know if I want to put educational center or career help or something, because I'm not positive what I'm doing yet. I could always change the name. And then you have the doing business as, which is better. Well, then I may as well just use my LLC that I already have and say doing business as. So the name of my LLC it starts with Calhoun. That's actually one of the names in there. Long story. But I'm not hiding it, but then I'll have to explain why I named it that, and it's get too long. So I'll tell you another time. But name the business DBA, the doing business as. Name the doing business as. So that's easier to change, because doing business as, this is something that you'll learn as a corporate secretary. Companies are often two names. It's their real name, doing business as whatever, another name. So like, I always say XYZ company, but XYZ company doing business as the groomers of dog groomers, the Dog Groomers Club of America, or so I'll use my business name of my LLC, which is just sitting there. I've got some money in that account. I have a business account even. So I got to name the doing business as, oh, I want to offer coffee, another moneymaker. Offer, if they're going there to use the Wi-Fi, coffee and snacks, maybe not a restaurant, but snacks and coffee. Snack machine, in quotes, in the question. Now, where would I put the snack machine or even the Xerox machine? Well, the Xerox machine, well, it could go inside a trailer if I had I wonder if there's a weight limit. All right, but anyway, I'm getting too far ahead. I'm a snack machine. Those cost thousands. So, snacks, drinks, and drinks, maybe through a machine, maybe just, we'll see. But that's if I have the actual, see where they go. And if that's the case, then again, security guard, I'll have to have someone manning the thing. So, but I keep thinking the reason I need to be there physically is for that personal connection that you just don't get on a Zoom call. Zoom helps, but that personal face-to-face talking is very important. Encouraging people. And so employment system with venue, my connections. I already know I'm going to go to my own temp agency, my connections. Then I can make connections with agencies, tell them, look, I've got this. I've got some that have no record, but they just needed a few, career ID, career help. And they now learn, just be their cheerleader. So basically I'm selling my students to jobs, and and the temp agency will pay me a commission. Employment is for commission. So again, I'll be making money off of my students, but they won't be seeing any of that money. So I got to look into the ethics of that. I plan to use that money to keep helping more people, but I will need something to live on myself too. I can't be just so basically this is a for-profit. So yeah, my problem is if I'm going to be using the students to help me, so legal repercussions of a for-profit hiring volunteers. Yeah, I don't see a way around that. Hiring volunteers for profit making. I mean, they are technically profit making. Legal repercussions of a for-profit business. That's why I think I'm going to have to go the way of the charitable foundation, because that's a private foundation. So I heard about it. I have to look into it now. Legal repercussions of a for-profit business hiring volunteers for profit-making activity. It's fundraising if it's a nonprofit. It's profit if it's a money if it's profit-making activities. If they're getting the free classes, well, you know what? Maybe what I could do is say, well, the classes cost this amount. Let's say I do charge for the classes, but you can work it off. You can, again, they wouldn't be paying up front, but maybe I'll say you have to pay a deposit, $100, let's say. Maybe I'll charge a deposit of something like a token, or 50, I don't know. I just don't think I should charge anything. Yeah, I'm just going to say you can work it off. So you know what? It's going to be on the honor system. I'll say, classes cost X amount, whatever amount. However, if you help us with these profit making activities, which I will have started doing. Yeah, I got to get the chicken before the egg, or whatever, the cart before the horse. But I could, I'll charge them. But if they would rather not pay me pay me, but would work off the cost, I'm willing to take that. I'm going to have to do that. I got to, I'm not saying I don't agree with free education, but I find that people often take advantage of you when you give too much for free, and they don't always appreciate necessarily, oh, it's free. It's not, it didn't cost, they'll sometimes not appreciate the free class, but then they'll go pay all this money to some technical school that's a scam, So maybe I do need to charge to make people appreciate and respect that it's a serious thing, but always the option to work it off, so you end up not paying. But the only problem I'll run into is some of them won't work it off. But maybe there's that loophole. If they don't work it off, I just have to give up and say, oh, well, they didn't pay. I'm not going to do collections on them. But I'm going to say, I'll kind of make them maybe feel a little bit wrong, But the door will always be open. You got to leave the door open, They still learned Excel, which is a good thing. So anyway, so I think that's what I'll do. So what did I put here? Legal repercussions of a for-profit business. What is a charitable foundation? What is a charitable foundation versus a nonprofit? See, I think I read it years ago, and I kind of didn't read it in depth, but I remember thinking, oh, I need to do a charitable foundation versus a nonprofit. It's just a question I got to find out about. See, I mean, I could do the research myself, but I would probably need a lawyer, because lawyers can do this quicker, and especially a lawyer who's in that field of business creation. Oh, do you have a lawyer, Owen? Are you still there? Oh, God, I'm not reading. What's all? Oh, sorry, Calvin. Low-income people can. Oh, you haven't written anything else. Oh, you're listening. ASMR. Hi, ASMR Chaser. Where would I start to make a work schedule? Thank you. Hello, Buff. Oh, well, here, I could do one now as long as you're here. Are you still here, ASMR Chester? I hope so. When was that posted? 4:13. You might still be here. Okay. Good. Thank you for listening. Owen, yeah, thank you, Owen. That's some good stuff you told me. Okay, a work schedule. I actually do that every week because I temp. So let me just do one here for you. I'll put that in the table contest. A work schedule. Sample work schedule. Oh, yeah, I did too many. Hang on. I want to delete the extras. Hang on. Delete this. Okay. Now you could get a sample work schedule online probably, but do you mean a schedule like, let me rename this, sample work schedule for one person, or a work schedule for several people and when they work and what days and what times? Sample work schedule. Because if it's for one person, I'll do that one first. So up here, for example, I'll do the chart first. So here I put, the one I do at work is I go, like, for example, all right, let's do this week. Let's pretend I was working this week. So Monday was the 22nd. So I go like this. I go Monday, and it was, you could put 4/22/2024, like that. And I like to make it format it as a date. Wait a minute. Why is this date? Wait, but I like to format it number. Conditional. No, conditional formatting. That's interesting too. I like it to be formatted for the date, but in another way. Date and time. Custom date and time. Here we go. I want it to be the actual name. See, I like it to look like this. Like this, or like, because different parts of I like this one the best. I always use this one. Use the one you think. But I always like this format for the date, because there are parts of the world who put the month first and then the day, and others put the day first and then the month. So it can get confusing. So like April, it wouldn't, because there's a April 22nd. But if it was like April 5th, some people put 4/5/2024, and some parts of the world go 5/4/2024. So now this doesn't matter for your work schedule, but generally I just get into the habit of always using this format, because that way I don't have to remember, oh, this is an international one. It's, it's clear that it's April, that's the day, and it was the year. I put 4 numbers in the year, so it's clear that it's not, it's 2024. It's not April 24th of 2022. You know what I mean? Because it can get so. All right, so that's that. So then it will work sometimes. I think I have to put 2 dates in for this to work. I think if I only have one, let's see what happens. Let's just drag. Oh, it's working. Okay. Sometimes when you drag it like that, it copies. If it's just one date, it doesn't know that you want the rest of the dates. So here you just drag it. So if it's a 2-week, let's say it's 2 weeks. So you go like that. You get, what's 2 weeks? So how many? It should be 14 total. So 1, 2, that's first week, and that's the second week. All right. And then let's say you don't do Friday, you don't work weekends. So are you still there? I'm going to check the chat in a minute. The person who asked about this. But I'm glad you asked, even if you're not there. That's a good one. Good question. And then I'll get to this in a minute. You go time in. Your time in the morning. Time out. No. Time in. Lunch. Usually they make you take lunch. Lunch out. Make that capital. Lunch in, meaning when you got back from lunch. And then time out for the rest of the day. Okay. So then let's do this, and you start putting in the colors, and you can automatically format. Oh, I hate when that happens because you don't see the top row. So you can freeze the top row if you want to. All right, what was I about to do? Oh, it's the F. Okay. Oops, I went too far. Right there. Okay, so we do that. And then let me check the chat. Sorry. Oh, you're still there. Good. Monday through Sunday. Okay, I'll do Monday through Sunday for 2 weeks. So we have Monday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, let's do another Sunday then. Oops, let me just. Oh, here we go. So I'll highlight these 2. Then you'll have the link to this. I'll send the link to this lesson plan. You can go to the sheet. Oops. So you highlight that. It's got to be an X. And you go there. Saturday, Sunday. And then I don't work Saturday and Sunday, but I go like this. I go like that. So then, that. Okay. So then you kind of got it there. So then you want to make it nice. So you go up here and you merge center this one like that, and say, then you put your name, Janet Smith. You know, and you can make it. Oh, my mother's crying for her parents now. My mother is 80. Her parents died like 20, 30 years ago. Now she's crying that she misses her parents. I'm just, it's understand. I'll probably be that way in 30 years myself. I'll miss them. I'll be, oh, remember when you were complaining about your mother and now she's gone? You know. I know. So I recognize that. I'll be missing her. I know I'll miss both of them. Long time from now, not anytime soon, but when eventually. All right. Okay, so Janet Smith, 555 Oak Street. These are obviously made up. I got to add some rows here. We'll center this and make it pretty, but I'm going to still add some more. You can add more than one row at a time. You can add 3 rows. Look, you just do it like this. You highlight the 3, insert rows, and then since the 3 are highlighted, so I might have to take those one. And then this is I don't know. Where's the center again? Here it is. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. I don't know. Philadelphia. Watch this be like a real person. PA 555555. All right. Put too many numbers in there. Okay. So now we could center this. And, you know, I like to make it maybe a little bigger. I actually like to make this 14. And I like to make the chart. Oh, you might want to put your email and phone number. Let's see here. Email Janet at mailmail.com, and we'll send you that, of course. Oh, okay, this. Maybe telephone number should go first. Actually, usually. Copy. Control V to paste. Control C to copy. Control V to paste. And then telephone. Sometimes now people do cell. You know, 555. Okay, then we can do center these 2. Alignment, center. Excel is easier. It would be. I mean, this is pretty easy. Google Sheets is great, but Excel is a teeny bit easier. The only thing that Excel doesn't have that Sheets has is, or at least I can't find it, is Google Sheets has this table of contents incorporated. And maybe Excel has it. I haven't found it. Every time I go on Excel, I look. This tells you, and I did a table of contents as well, but you have it right here, which is not in the case of, oops. So there's that, you know, make it as pretty as you like. Maybe you want to make these bold, or, you know, email, maybe make that a cat, you know, that's up to you at this point. You can make it prettier, different color. Oh, so for the weekends, I like to do this. I like to go just like this. I make it a different, you know, I make it, fill it with kind of a gray or a blue. This is why is that blue? Oh, it's dark gray. Sometimes I make it a little lighter because I like to do this. Not applicable because I didn't work that day. But it's all just here. Control copy. Control V. I'm going to center these as well. Data. Center. Where are those buttons? I think there's a button where I can center. How come it didn't center? Is it here? I know there's a thing that's, I can't find it. Okay. Wait a minute. Control C. Does that work? No, Control C is copy. How do I center? Hotkey, let me see. Hotkey center. Hotkey to center. Just to align. There it is. Well, there's align center. We got to find that. There's a button, but I don't know where the button is up here. Where is it? Is it here? Oh, here it'll be. Here it is. Okay. So I do that. And now here. And I even sometimes, I like to make it smaller. You know, it's, again, it's my personal preference. I like to make things clearly not the thing. So I might make this like that and make it red. Make the, oh, that's orange. Okay. So sometimes I'll do that. Or especially if it's a holiday, but it wasn't on the weekend. Then let's say you, or holiday, or you didn't go in that day for whatever reason because, oh, well, I don't put it in grade in that case, though. I make it no fill. Hey, where's the no fill? Reset. So see, it's like that. And then, you know, also I can drag. So let's pretend you didn't go to work that day. Not applicable or out sick. Or so here we go. So same here. You can just drag those over. I'm holding down. You to do that, you hold down on that blue dot. In Excel, it's a square. Okay, and then you know we can copy and paste this to the next weekend. Saturday here, you know. Oh, hours. I forgot the hours. Uh-oh. I gotta rechange the merge as well. And then here, hours. You need that. Hours worked. Worked. So you need this column. Okay. Why is this doing that? Why is that? Is that aligned wrong? High CPU detect. Oh. What's going on with this? Wait a minute. Something's weird here. Hang on a second. Why can't I see the... Oh, maybe it's just not big enough? No, what's going on with this? Why can't I see this, the day? All right, let me close this. Make it smaller. Oh, I said I was going in now. I gotta fix it. I'm not sure what's going on with the days. All right. I don't know. We'll figure that out here. Okay, there it is. Why was it not like that before? I don't know. Okay, so, you know, there you could, you know, anyway, I'm not going to keep on. You can fix it as pretty as you like it. You know, maybe you want to make that right. You know, maybe you think it looks better that way. I think I do have it that way at work too. This is right justified. Format, alignment, right justified. I think that's how I have it at work. Okay, so time in. All right. So I'll just do 1 or 2 lines. So 9 a.m. And actually sometimes you put in, see, it's time. Is it? Yeah, it says a time. Lunch out, let's say you left at 12:30. Let me see what happens if I just do 12:30. It doesn't tell you if it's AM or PM, but it would be PM. But why is it in that format? See, I'd like it to show. What's that format? Let me see. Format number. Is that it? All right. All right, that one appears to be, so let me see, format. Format. What was I even doing? I forget. Oh, the time. So format. No. Alignment. Top, middle, top. Alternate color. Date and time. I don't know. I don't know. I'm just gonna do it this way. 12:30. You just have to remember it's PM. Oh, what happened? Why is that? Why is that one like that and that one like that? Hang on. Let me just, I'm copying the formatting. So here we go. So 12:30. Okay, it does it. Now look, this is going to say 1 a.m. if I do it like this. If I do just 1, but don't put the AM, PM, it does AM. So here, what I want to put is 1300. 13:100. And then it's the right time. And then time out, I left at, let's pretend I left at, I don't know, 5:30. Because I took the half-hour lunch. So 5:30. So that should be, oh, PM. I actually should have put 17:30. 17:30, or just delete and put it 5:30 p.m. See? And then hours work. So now you calculate 9 to 12:30 is, let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12 and a half. So that's 3.5, 3.5. Then, okay, lunch doesn't count. And then from 1 to 5:30 is 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. 5 o'clock is 4 plus a half hour, 4.5. So then you add these two together. Where's the sum again? I don't remember. Is that it? Filter views. Oh, God. All right, I'll just do it this. Oh, it's like this. Sum. It's these two. So it's 8 hours? Yeah, so I worked 8 hours. 8 hours on that day. Oh, and here's the clincher. So, you can make that centered. And then here you do this. You go, right. So let's say, the sum of, it's the sum of all of these, even the NAs, they just get skipped. So it's all of those. Let's enter that answer. Center. And of course, the more hours you work, then that's going to be updating. See, look at this cell down here. So here I put in 8, 7, I don't know, 3. See how the number's changing? So we got to make sure the numbers are right. Okay, so that's 8. Okay, so you got it. So that's that. And what are we going to call this? Sample work schedule. Is it a lesson, though? I think I'm just going to leave it like that. Sample work session. Schedule. Okay, 8. And then, okay, so total. I think I go like this, and then I go per hour, price, per hour charge, or if you're charging, we'll leave it that per hour. Let's say it's $22. So, where's my money? Okay, so $22 an hour. So let's go like this. We don't, we want to put in that. We like to see the decimal points. Total per hour, hours, total due, it would be multiply. 20. Sorry, I'm dozing off. My gosh, I really didn't sleep very well. Anyone talking? Oof. Hi, Eloise. Move scroll bar at bottom. Oh, yeah, that thing always happens. I think maybe it's the way I'm presenting. Yeah, you told me that last time. Was it you, Owen, that it blocked so you can't read? All right, I'm not sure, but anyway, would it calculate total hours worked for the week for me? Yes, we'll do that. So here, total due, total due, for example. And then of course I like to make these more visible. So we put, actually I want to make these all size 12, centered. I'll send you the link in a second. And I actually got to put this link underneath all of my, oh, you know what I'm going to do here? I'm going to put the decimals in here too. Because sometimes you work 8.5 hours or whatever. So, should I put this in the middle because it'll look better? Sometimes it just looks better. Usually it'll write a line. Wage per hour maybe, or wage per hour. Well, you change the wording how you like. Wage per hour. I know what I do. I also do this. It's all like just to make it pretty. It really isn't. But I go like that and I put the things here. And this one here. So total wage per, another thing I like to do is center them inside the cell. You can't always notice it if the cells are skinny, if the rows are skinny, but go like this and put them, you align them, but no, not with that one. Format, alignment in the middle of the cell. It's not aligning right and left. It's in the middle of the cell, not at the top or the bottom. So now see, I don't know if you remember, but before, I think that was on the top or the bottom. One of them was. I think this one was on the bottom and now it's in the middle. All right. So total due would merely be, well, you could do this, equal, you could just type in the formula. You always start with equals and then pick that one. Multiply is the star. Multiply it by that and then hit enter. Maybe I should write a line at all to make it look nicer. So anyway, as you can see, make sure another thing, G23 is in here. Yeah, make sure this is catching all the cells. So G9 to G22. Okay. That's good. Total hours worked. Oh, let's make these. I'll make them all. Wait. Okay, we'll make them all. Whoops, going the wrong way. This way. So now they all have, you want to have with hours, since you sometimes work half an hour or 15 minutes, you got to do that. I want to make this, so that's 12. I'm going to make these 12. These are 12. The size of all this, 12. Why is it there? Right alignment is okay. Yeah. Okay, again, you could maybe delete this format. Delete. How do I delete it? Where is it? I thought I could delete it. I don't even remember how to delete this now. Format, edit, insert format. Yeah, I want to delete. Oh my god, you guys! I don't know how to delete it. I've drawn a blank. Oh, I'm not well. All right, well, delete that sheet. I could do this. When in doubt, go like that, and then go to help, and go delete column, delete row, delete row 6. Oh, look at that. Boom. It's deleted. Okay. It's saved. It saves automatically. So here's the link. And I still have to put anyone with the link. Copy the link. You'll have viewer. You will have viewer. You cannot change the chart, but you can download this and you can then change it in your own Google Sheets. You'll have the same exact sheet, but you'll be able to change it on your own. But you can't change mine that actually on there. Oh, I didn't send it. There, I'm also going to put the link under the other videos. I haven't been doing that. And I'm not using the old link anymore. What happened? Oh, she's still there. You being nice to me? You're going to be mean to me. So mean to me sometimes. Right, and I want to do I have like at least 2 or 3 Excel lessons in here. What I just did. I might not use my voice. I might do a voiceover and just use the actual footage though. Because I'm thinking to myself, oh, I got to do those classes. I've already done the classes. There's just so much footage that I need to edit out the good parts. So, I'm putting that on my list. So this is called sample work schedule. Let me put it in the table of contents. It's right after lesson 13. Okay, so table of contents. What's that doing there? Why is the table of contents before Jenny's party? All right. Let me add that. I put it in here. We already have you have it right here. If you look here, you can find it in this table of contents. But it's just after lesson 13. But I'm going to put it here as well. Lesson 13. Insert a row. Oh, I got to change these. Look at this. Hang on. These numbers are no longer good. So that's okay. Sample work schedule, did I say? Sample work. All right, well, we'll figure out. Maybe we change that, but sample work schedule. And you know what? I don't think I linked them all. These last 2 that I added. So number 1, we're going to do this because now that I've added, look, the numbers on the side are all different. So now, oh, and see, I had done like a Dewey Decimal because lesson 3, yeah, so I got to leave that numbered like that. But the rest I can do. Oh, why does that do that? But I need lesson 3.1 to remain. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay, now we just do this. I'm just going to highlight these 3, and it'll know to just keep on going. Where did I go? All right, down to the Asian. So there's 28 now. And I still have to link to the actual sheet. Lesson 9. Sample work schedule. So we can do this. I can say link it. Insert a link. Oh, it's actually giving me the sheet choice. Oh, it's actually recognizing it. It's kind of intelligent. See, this does not have a link, but it says sample work schedule. So when I do this link, I click this, it gives me that as one of the options. It's also asking me to go onto the internet. So, but sample work schedule, I wanted to go to the sheet. So now, theoretically, now why did it change color? But anyway, yes, and it takes me to the actual sheet. So there you go. So, I mean, you'll have to download the entire sheet and then just pick this one. Oh, let me fix this too. Look what happened. Because I added that extra row. We now want to do this. We want to center it between these two. So it's in the middle. There. Okay, I really need to get off. And I'm hungry. I'm going to go get a snack. And yeah, I might start doing ASMR Excel chewing gum or something. I don't know. All right, that. Okay, so that's ready for you. No, well, this looks bad too. I wonder if I should. Well, you decide. Let me see if I put them all in the middle or to the right. I think they look better in the middle. Well, not. Oh, these two, we want them. Hang on, you want to separate. Total is the hours, but since they look so much alike, you want to make sure you know which ones are money. Format. It's going to be currency. Where's it? Number. Currency. I want currency. I don't want it rounded. I want the actual. Because, see, in this case, it's 8.0. But what if you only worked 7.25 hours on this day, for example? 7.25. Now, oh, we got to center that. See, now it calculates it right. You don't want to round. I think maybe these should go in the middle or to the right. Yes, put these in the middle too. Doesn't it go in the middle? Oh, this one's centered. Oh. Try one more time. Yeah, I think it should all be centered. Okay. Wow, guys, I really got to go. So I have trouble hanging up. But here you go. So I hope that helps you. I'm going to close this now. You have the link. Oh, hello there. What a rare treat. Thank you, Ethan. Nice to see you. Hope life is all right on your... Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, life. But yeah, I'm very blessed. I have a lot of... I'm very lucky, blessed. Some say, don't say lucky. That's wrong. It's you're blessed by God, But yeah, I am very lucky if you don't believe in God. I have to remember to be thankful for certain things. So, but yeah, I've been on for a few hours, I think, working on some Excel sheets. So I'm going to go now. I have some ideas now to work on and things I have to do. So I'll see you guys. Let me take this off of here. And all right. Bye. 6 people. Yay. All right. So, okay. I hope you learned some Excel. I'll put the link in there for those of you who maybe just came in. I got to put the link under my actual Excel lessons. I teach Excel free lessons on Twitch and on YouTube. I don't know which one you're watching me on, but go to the other videos on this channel and you can learn Excel and Twitch. But the link under those videos right now is not the same link as I just put in. I got to change all the links to this link that I just put in the chat. I've considered that before, but I think no, because that entails people asking you to do something. It's sort of like I have to do it right. I have to do it well. And I don't know. But what I am going to start doing is I'm going to gum snap because that's a favorite. I'm gotta get my acrylic nails. See here, I say I'm gonna, and I have to actually do it. I'm gonna do so many things. I end up doing nothing, but it could earn me money, and I do kind of need it. So what I could do is get my acrylic nails, get the gum. I still can kind of snap on this side, not very well, but nowhere near like how I used to. And just do Excel sheets like what just happened now. I gotta remember to speak softer though. But is that something you think you would like? You who just asked about that, Ethan? Because so I would be snapping gum. I would be doing Excel sheets, not necessarily teaching Excel, but you'd be learning it if you want to. And just do the sheets like, oh, could you do a sheet that, like what the young lady or young man who just asked me, ASMR Chesser, oh, can you do it? And I can do Excel sheets very simply. But I've got to speak softly. I've got to snap the gum. It's not that hard, but I have to do it. So I was trying to do it today. I was snapping and I had trouble snapping and I gave up. So yeah, I mean, maybe what I will accept is I do a video. I will accept payment after the video is done. I will accept that. But there are not many things I'm really willing to do. I'm willing to snap gum and teach Excel. I'm not even really willing to snap gum and just talk about dumb stuff anymore. I don't know. I mean, it's not like I have room to be picky. It's not like I'm making much money on that channel anyway, but I'm willing to gum snap and teach something while gum snapping. That's like the limit of, because I'm thinking at least people are learning something productive. I mean, granted, ASMR can be productive for you because it relaxes you and, it makes you feel good, and maybe it makes you more productive because you get the rest and relaxation out of it. I mean, we could argue that, but I kind of feel like ASMR is a lot of BS at this point. It's gotten so dumb. Like everyone, I believe that ASMR needs to be quality. There are some excellent ASMR people that take the time and effort and have a natural ability to speak softly, which I don't. I know that when I do, people like it, but I don't speak softly. It's not a natural. Like here, I'm making the effort. So, but yeah, I mean, practicing speaking softly is a good thing. So anyway, so I think that's what I'll do. I think I'm gonna do an Excel. I don't want to say lessons. I'll kind of see what goes, because if it's a live, people request Excel sheets. Oh, do an Excel sheet that does this and adds up that, and I'm happy to do it. And people actually charge money to do to do Excel sheets on request. And well, there's an idea. All right, okay, there's a money because yeah, this channel I don't want to make. Ramble Scramble is my channel where I'm just doing whatever. But yeah, I am not feeling guilty about trying to charge on the ASMR channel. Not before the fact, though. Yeah, after the fact, I will accept a donation, a non-obligation. But, I need to start, producing. And I think people who will do ASMR for money, I mean, I can't judge. I can't. If you're good at it, you're good at it. So but I'm not at a level where I feel I have the right to charge, because I've done a few quality ones that I've spent time on, and then a few that accidentally came out good. Like there's a couple on there that people tell me, oh my gosh, your voice was so awesome in this video. And it was like I hadn't even tried for that particular video, but people like it. The one where I'm babysitting an aunt, she was very sick. That one, and I was house sitting for a friend once. Both of those times, I think I was just really sleepy. Let me coughing again. I've been talking for hours. I'm like a Latin American politician. I gotta go. All right. Oh, I go back to watch these videos all the time. Oh, the Excel videos or these 5-hour videos. I doubt anybody watches the whole thing. I think the people who happen to come on when I'm live watch it, and then maybe others. I don't know. If somebody likes how my voice is, maybe they'll listen to it as ASMR. I don't know. But I just think these lives get so long. It's kind of embarrassing. Look at this. Let's go for 5 hours. Is this a record? I don't know. I've been live for 4 hours and 54 minutes. That's ridiculous. I got to go. How can I be talking about nothing for that long? All right. So, all right, 6 people. Thank you. I do notice that eventually, if I stay on long enough, I get some hardcore, 6 people is, 10 on Twitch alone. I got to try to get to 10 I've never gotten to 10 people on Twitch. I think I'm going to try that. I'm going to try. I got to do a little marketing. There I would have to do a teeny bit of marketing, not much. I'll say, join the live on Saturday. We are going to, I don't know, learn Excel, whatever. And that might work. And I have to advertise that. That's a little bit of money. So it's not much though. It's so cheap to advertise on TikTok and on Instagram. It's incredible. All right. Comparatively, it's not like paying for a billboard. Imagine you could get a lot, you get millions of views. That doesn't necessarily translate to sales or moneymaker or whatever, but you get a lot of people. Okay, bye everybody. Oh, I watch you, but everyone else is too slow. My mind is like yours, where you go 5 minutes. Oh, I know. And then it's like, some people find it entertaining maybe, or just the lull of me blabbing and blah, blah, blah. It'd be just that constant. Is if I keep it monotone, I'm sure I'm putting myself to sleep. Look at my eyes. Guys, it's embarrassing. I got to hang up. I got to take a nap and eat something. So, but it was fun. It was fun. I did a business plan. Okay, it's a step. I may still drop the ball like I usually do, but all right, it's an idea. Bye, everybody. See you. Bye. Thanks for coming.